Quantum communication stands at the forefront of this next generation innovation. In this session, we will explore some of the cutting-edge advancement in quantum communication with a focus on how these technologies are set to transform cryptography. Our speakers will offer unique insights into the challenges and opportunities ahead and how we can prepare for the quantum-driven era of secure digital communication. To open our first session, we would like to invite Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO, C. But before, I would like to share a brief introduction about him. Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay is the CEO of C. C. is actively involved in the development of quantum technologies, particularly in the area of quantum communication, and has developed quantum key distribution systems and post-quantum cryptography systems, which enables the secure transmission of information. He has a PhD in corporate strategies and policy from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and is also an alumnus of IIM Bangalore's postgraduate program in public policy and management. He has won many awards, which includes J.C. Bose Award by Ministry of Defense, the National E-Governance Award, CIO, 100 Award by International Data Group, and Deepak C. Jain Award by IIM Bangalore. So I welcome you, sir, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay.
It was here. I think it's for us. Yeah. Because I was looking for this.
Good morning, everyone. I think we had a wonderful opening session where the sense of where the quantum field is going was given and what the government of India is doing and how it makes a great opportunity for us as country to develop quantum systems, as was told that we don't have to leapfrog. For example, in many of the technologies, world has gone ahead and we have to catch up game. But here, since the technology is evolving, and we are actually moving with the world. So here in my talk, I will talk about what all we have been doing in CDOT in the area of quantum communication. Because as was brought out in the morning, there are 4 verticals: quantum sensing, quantum computers, quantum materials, and quantum communication. So we, CDOT, in the guidance of the DOT, actually take care of quantum communication. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is the structure of my talk, quantum migration, global trend, that why it is now important to move towards the quantum migration. What are the 2 dimensions of quantum communication? What have we done in QKD, what we have done in PQC, and finally I'll summarize the initiatives of CDOT. Next. If you look at this this slide, you see that many of the countries actually has already announced that quantum is immediate, quantum is required. For example, Canada has said start planning and inventory introduce by 25-26. USA has given a set date of 23 to 35, UK by 2035. So most of many countries, I have not listed all of them here, many of the countries have already set a sunset date that when you need to move to quantum, as was told in the morning in the financial sector, all the transactions, what we do using current level of cryptography will be broken with the power of the quantum computers. And therefore, as a country, all the infrastructure, what we have in financial sector, defense sector, power sector, or the critical sectors need to move to quantum. So this slide actually shows that it is not that one country is taking initiative. Many countries have actually said in terms of moving towards the quantum. Next slide, please. So there is a global vision that we need to move to quantum. We need to migrate, all the major economies have shown their intent to migrate to quantum. the quantum, what was thought that will come few years later, has already started arriving, because there was a talk in the morning by Honorable Minister about Google, Microsoft, Amazon, how they are moving. And in India itself, QPI, for example, has developed a quantum computer. So quantum computers are the reality. They will come sooner than they expected. And if they come sooner than they expected, your communication system need to be protected. World over, many countries are investing heavily. For example, China has a program of $15 billion only for quantum. They know that quantum they have to take leap, because the status of the industry of quantum is what semiconductor used to be in 1950s. So it is at that stage, and it will develop. So right now, if we invest well and we do a lot of innovation, as we know that the innovation per capita innovation, or the money invested in innovation in India is very less. At less amount of money, we can do a better innovation, what we know by frugal innovation. So as in line with the global vision, the CDOT has developed the systems in QKD based on international protocols. We have developed system in PQC based on NIST protocol, and our systems are production grade. They are already deployed in some organizations. They are deployed in universities. And we are out of the 4 hubs. There are 4 hubs under NQM. We are one of the hub along with the IIT Chennai. So Quantum Communication Hub is jointly run by CDOT and IIT Chennai. Next, please. So I know most of you know what quantum is, but just to set the tone, the quantum has 2 parts. Part number 1 is based on physics, that is QKD, which basically is working on photons, what was talked about in the morning. And it offers information theoretic security to the system. And any attempts of eavesdropping actually will be detected, because I think our Honorable Minister himself was talking a lot of technical things and very nicely explained that if the state of the photon is changed, the communication will stop. So in traditional systems, if there is a eavesdropping happen, your information is flowing, but I am also listening, and you don't know. In this case, the moment the state of a photon changes, the communication will actually stop. This is the physics part. This mathematics part is the PQC, post-quantum algorithm. That is that the factorization, what cannot be done by the classical computers today, will be done by the quantum computers. Therefore, we need a new level of algorithm which can sustain the quantum computers. And this we have implemented NIST algorithm Crystal Kyber. NIST actually ran the challenge from 2016 to 2024. So 7-8 years of hard work they did, and finally arrived at a algorithm which is fully proof and safe from attacks from quantum computers. Next, please. So this is our QKD solutions. The first one is COW and DPS. I mean, these are the protocols of QKD. There are others also. I think Toshiba will present the other one. The first system what we have made is QKD system, which is based on COW and DPS. You can see in our stall. While we were doing that, they were already in the literature that these QKD system also can be attacked through a side channel attack. And therefore, the new system came up that is called MDI QKD, that is Measurement Device Independent QKD. In this, one more node is established. There is Charlie. Typically, there is Alice, Bob, but in this MDI QKD, we established one more Charlie node. This system is also available, live demo is available of MDI QKD. This prevents the side channel attacks. The third one is multiplex QKD. Why it is required? Because the QKD, as you know, the photon has very, very less power. With the data, if it moves, the states can get destroyed, and hence you cannot achieve the distance. And therefore, when we were trying to deploy in Delhi, we found that you need dark fiber, and dark fibers are not available. So what we did, we multiplexed the classical channel and the quantum channel together in a single fiber, but at the cost of distance. Typically, we achieve a distance of 120, 130 kilometers. Here, we were able to achieve only 60 kilometers, but it, avoided the need of a dark fiber. So if you need a QKD system which doesn't need a separate fiber, you can use the multiplex system. Last week, I don't know how many of you got chance. Now we have tested a system with STL, Sterlite technology, that in a single fiber, you can have multiple cores. And in one of the core we utilize for quantum channel, and rest of the 3 cores we utilize for data channel in the same fiber. And we ran the experiment in the live scenario in Aurangabad, and 120 kilometer we achieved. So this will be a good solution, which will, be cost effective, because one of the criticism of QKD is that you need dark fiber. And this third one will avoid the need of separate fiber. Now comes the QKD relay node. Now one of the critical requirement of achievement sought from the NQM is that we should achieve 2000 kilometers of a distance. Can you do it QKD? But QKD can run only 120 kilometers. As we do regeneration, most of you will know that optical fiber also requires regeneration, repeaters. So therefore, in quantum also we need repeaters that we call trusted relay node, which you can see again. Initially, we designed trusted relay node as separate node, but later on we realized that it may unnecessarily create additional hardware. So now what we have done, we have integrated the QKD node and the trusted node. So wherever you want a repeater type thing, you put single box which will function as Bob as well as the relay node, so that the hardware cost and the software cost is reduced. In addition, I know while these systems have been made using a lot of imported components, for example, photon detectors are imported, drivers are imported. The next challenge for us was how do you indigenize that? So we have developed our own photon detector at 1/10 cost. So our photon detectors are already developed. RF drivers, intensity modulators, all these components actually will help us bringing down the cost. Now the last one, the red one, is Eve simulator. How do you know your system is actually safe? So you can actually use Eve simulator. It can do side channel attack. It can do various PSN attacks. So many kind of attacks it can do, and you can see whether a system withstands those attacks or not. And therefore, in some of the places where we are supplying our quantum system, we also supply the Eve simulator so that they can see whether it is the system is working properly or not. Next slide, please. So this is our QKD solution. These are the live pictures, actual pictures of the system. We were the first organization to receive TEC. I think TEC is the body of Department of Telecom, which sets a standard and tests your equipment against the standard. We were the first in the country to have received the QKD, the TEC certification for both the protocols, DPS as well as COW protocol. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so this is the Charlie. What I said that in the previous one, then in QKD, while QKD was developed, there was literature that the QKD is susceptible to side channel attack. Using side channel attack, somebody can actually, attack your QKD system. Therefore, the concept came of putting a Charlie node, which can actually ensure that the side channel attacks are minimized. This system is also at display with a live demo in the exhibition. Please have a look, because and this has been certified by NSCS, National Cybersecurity Coordinator Office under PMO, because it was funded also by them. Next. This is the relay node. Relay node, basically, as I said, that if you want to increase the distance of your fiber quantum channel, you need repeaters. So initially we were designing a separate box. Now we have made a combined box which will actually function. Otherwise, for repeater, what people used to do, they will put one Alice, one Bob. So, now the whole hardware has been done into one, and this hardware is also available in the exhibition. Please have a look at it. So this will help you achieve any distance in the country. If you want me to achieve 4,000 kilometers, yes, we can do. In fact, we have given a proposal to DST that one of your requirement of 2,000 kilometers can be done in next 3 to 4 months using our QKD as well as the relay node. We can achieve in next 3 months if the order is given to us. Next. This was the problem, what I said, that QKD requires a separate fiber, and therefore we worked first with the multiplex system, wherein we transmitted in the same fiber the quantum channel as well as the classical channel, but the disadvantage was the distance got almost halved. Instead of 120, 130 kilometers, we were achieving only 60, 65 kilometers. So for small distance, that is good enough. But if you want for long distance, then we worked with STL. STL has come up with a single fiber with multiple cores in the same fiber. So this was again challenge that how do you, optimize the power levels and, noise levels in manner that in the same fiber your data goes as well as your quantum goes. So this we achieved, again 120 kilometer, 130 kilometers, it was reported in the press. This is the ET news as well as it came in PIB. So this is one of the very important achievement because one of the drawback of QKD was the requirement of dark fiber, and which is very costly, and therefore many organizations will not be able to do. In fact, now we are doing work with BSNL to set up a quantum network wherein we give you the pipe which is quantum safe, and at your location you can have a PQC so that you get, you make your organization quantum safe without much of investment. In many countries, these experiments are happening. Instead of having organization deploying the quantum system, the operators are deploying quantum system, and people are using as a quantum as a service. Next, please. As I said that while we develop system, we also have to be worried about the cost, and the cost can be reduced if you indigenize your systems. One, it will reduce your supply risk. The second, it will bring down the cost. So this single photon detector, which picture you can see, has been developed by us, and we are open to provide to any of the fraternity who would like to use the single photon detector. We used to import it. Now the cost is almost 1/3, and with numbers it will go further down. Other two components you can see are the the amplifier and the module drivers, which also are significant in the cost. So once we develop, the cost actually goes down drastically. And this is, next please. So Eve simulator I talked about. Eve simulator is basically an attacker, because whenever you are designing a system, you need to be safe. How do you know you are safe? And therefore, we design a system. In fact, this Eve simulator can be used by any of the in the ecosystem. We'll provide it at our cost in term for testing. Please test your systems using Eve simulator, whether it is able to withstand various kind of attacks that can be simulated by Eve simulator unit. So this unit is also at a display in our exhibition. Please have a look at it. Next, please. Now this is very important, 100G quantum safe layer 1 encryptor. So most of these QKD keys are at the layer 3, which actually reduce the bandwidth as well as the latency. So if you want to achieve a better latency and a higher bandwidth, instead of moving to layer 3, the whole encapsulation can be done at the layer 1, at the physical layer itself. So this box is also available in our exhibition. So we have developed 100G layer 1 encryptor, which can be used in your optical network without actually moving to layer 3. At layer 1 itself, you can encapsulate the whole frame structure as per ETSI standard, and 100G can be transmitted quantum safe. Next. We being R&D, we don't do much of marketing ourselves, so we have transferred our QKD systems to 4 companies, ACIL, New Age. I think New Age is put a stall here also. They are also displaying our box, I saw. Then Skytel we have given, and ChipSpeed. These 4 companies we have already transferred the technology. Anybody needing these systems can actually take from them. And in a limited way, we are also giving where there are lead times, when these companies are not able to give it. But recently, one of the company has won DRDO tender where they are supplying the quantum system to DRDO. Next. So this is our QKD deployments. We have done deployments in Army, we have done in NSUT, we have done in IIT Chennai, we have done in GIT Noida. Our system is handling traffic for 2.5 years between DOT and NIC. Live traffic it is happening, because our previous secretary Rajaraman sir told me that I don't want to see in lab, you show me the live traffic. So the traffic between DOT and the NIC, complete DOT traffic moves on quantum from 2nd floor to NIC. So, and this is also installed in Ramarao Adik Institute of Technology, and trials are happening in Indian Air Force. I think more universities, the talks are happening to deploy our QKD deployment. Next, please. So while we do design this, we also have to take care of the academic part. So we have a lot of patents granted to us, a lot of research papers published, we have patent filed. We also have received awards for our QKD system. I have listed only 2. We have received multiple awards. So apart from designing the system, this is also well reported in the academic and the patent world. Next. The next is the PQC. This is the post-quantum, this PQC part. The first one with the QKD system. The PQC system is simpler. It is maths-based. This is the box. So you put this box between Delhi and Mumbai. Your whole traffic will be quantum safe. You do this between 2 organizations, DOT and MIT. Your total thing will be quantum safe. So PQC is this is a simpler model, and that is why many of the countries have actually mandated that first you move to PQC immediately, because it's simpler to deploy. And US, it is using NIST standard. NIST has finalized the standard, as I said, after hard work of 7 to 8 years. So this box, along with the routers which are QKD compatible, DWDM which are QKD compatible, can be used to totally make your transport pipe quantum safe. Next, please. When we went to defense forces, they said we need a military grade. Military grade means, this system, even if you touch, the transmission will stop. If you little shake it, it is totally, it doesn't have any holes, it doesn't have any fan. So their systems are very, very different. So for military, we have designed this. This is also available in our install. You can have a look at it. This is military grade, layer 2 and layer 3 packets can be encrypted. And we again, this box can support AES algorithm as well as the proprietary algorithms. So if some organizations have their own algorithm, can also be put in that. This gives you flexibility of using multiple algorithms. Next. This is our quantum phone. Now, your, as an agency, if the encryptions are going away, it means what you are talking can be heard. So therefore, we have designed the quantum phone. This is also available. This has been deployed in Government of India. This quantum phone is along with the PQC box inside. So the PQC box, what I showed you, black one, the PCBs are in this. This is a video IP phone. It works with internet network as well as MPLS network, captive network. This is under deployment in various ministries as well as in trials are happening in defense. So this will solve the problem of when quantum computers come and your communication among yourself, especially for strategic agencies, need to be safe. You can have a look of this in our stall. Next, please. So PQC also, we have done the trials in Army, we have done in various other places, Sanchar Bhavan in TEC, and a lot of trials had happened in Army as well as in Cabinet Secretariat. I think we have received a certification for our PQC system also. Next. PQC system, again, we have given technology transfer to 2 companies, Core IP as well as Cattle, and in fact, Core IP will soon deploy in one of the organizations. The deployment is in progress. These phones will be deployed in one of the very reputed organizations very soon through Core IP. Next. Next, please. In PQC also, we have published lot many research papers, technical papers, and we have received multiple awards in PQC also. So these system, what I am talking about, are the production grade. They are not lab system. They are productionized system. They are already working in the field. Next. In summary, CDOT has the portfolio of QKD, MDI QKD, multiplex QKD, multi-core fiber QKD, as well as the PQC systems. We are the hub for National Quantum Mission, one of the hub of quantum communication with IIT Madras. We'll be very happy. We'll love to work with the industry. We'll love to work with the startups. We'll love to work with the academia to jointly develop more system, because as I said, the field is still evolving. For example, for satellite communication, free space communication, we had done last quantum, second quantum conclave, we had demonstrated a system which is free space plus optical together. So with PRL system we had put here, and we had put a live demo of optical fiber plus satellite together. So to end, I'll say that India is progressing well, and under NQM, many new research will happen. I think we started much earlier, because that is why when the NQM was announced, we were already there in terms of products. We will be very happy to work with the startup, any startup needing any help from CDOT in terms of testing, facility, knowing. we will be able to support you. And let us work together so that our country in the space of quantum emerges a top leader across the globe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, for your valuable words. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ananda Raman Sankran, Senior Manager QKD Technical Marketing Japan, to take the session forward. Dr. Ananda Raman Sankran is the Senior Manager of QKD Marketing at Toshiba Asia Pacific Private Limited, Singapore, where he leads the quantum key distribution market and business development efforts. With Toshiba at the forefront of QKD technology, Dr. Ananda is driving the adoption of quantum-safe solution across industries. In this session, he will share valuable insights into deployment strategies, real-world use cases, and Toshiba's commercializing journey, empowering organizations to build secure, future-ready networks in the emerging quantum era.
Good morning, distinguished guests. On behalf of Toshiba Corporation, we would like to sincerely appreciate Department of Telecoms, Telecom Engineering Committee, and CDOT for inviting Toshiba to the 3rd International Quantum Communication Conclave at Vigyan Bhawan, New Delhi. I will be talking about how Toshiba is helping organizations to prepare for the quantum era. We foresee a huge potential of quantum economy. It will be much larger than what is digital economy today. Governments, energy sector, healthcare, financial, critical information infrastructure, all will require fast, reliable, and secure data communication to run economies. But against this backdrop, the quantum computing significantly poses the threat on the existing encryption standards that are used today, that is going to put vulnerabilities and risk in the data communication today. So we need new methods of encryption technologies in the quantum economy as well as in today's digital economy. That is where quantum cryptography offers this solution. So how do we define quantum cryptography? Quantum cryptography is a secure communication technique, is a symmetric key encryption technique where the secret key of that symmetric key encryption is used by technology called quantum key distribution. The one-time pad is a symmetric encryption technique that offers information theoretic security. The challenge of one-time pad technique is that you need to have pre-shared keys and it will be used once between both parties. And QKD, using the natural laws of quantum physics, is solving that problem of key exchange between two parties so that you can have quantum information theoretic secure by combining QKD and symmetric key encryption, which is OTP. Our vision is to deploy and develop a global quantum secure or quantum safe network. It is a platform to secure the communication for the quantum age, as well as it will be immune from all future computing threats. The platform will include multiple technologies It will include fiber-based QKD, it will include satellite QKD, and it will also include quantum-resistant algorithms such as PQC. In a long term, we see that there will be a pervasive use of this quantum secured network. Your traditional telecom network will be secured by this technique. And this paves a way for quantum internet, which is the subject of quantum communication, which not just is applied for security, improving the security of the communication or the networks, but it also allows quantum processors to talk to each other using quantum communication, and that will enable vast processing power of quantum computers. Globally, billions of dollars have been spent in the quantum key distribution technology solutions and services so far, and Toshiba has been investing tens of millions of dollars in this technology since 3 decades ago, and we have the world's fastest as well as furthest QKD systems. This is a snapshot of Toshiba's commercial grade quantum key distribution systems. There are basically 2 different variants. One is long distance systems that is going to give you a very long distance of 150 kilometer distance at a very high key rate of 300 kilobits per second, as well as the another variant is a multiplexed QKD system that enables you to carry both your quantum communication as well as your traditional data communication on a same fiber that will not require you to install a dedicated fiber. On top of the hardware, you also need a software if you want to build a network, because QKD is a point-to-point or point-to-multipoint. But if you want to enable a network, you need a software layer that allows you to route the keys among multiple users in the network. That is why we developed a robust key management software system that also includes post-quantum cryptography to offer authentication as well as integrity, as well as to the nodes where QKD is not possible. QKD, as you hear globally, the distance is limited to 100 to 150 kilometers. And if you want to do QKD more than 150 kilometers, one way is using superconducting detectors instead of a standard avalanche phase diodes. You can use superconducting detectors, but that will be very bulky and you need cryogenic detectors. So those may be today suitable for cloud environments or research purposes, but for practical deployments, you may not have such an environment to put those refrigerators and superconducting detectors. So how do we extend the distance with using standard detectors is Toshiba has proposed a new protocol called twin field QKD protocol. It is similar to the mission device independent QKD protocol. To explain in simple terms, in a normal quantum key distribution system, you have an Alice which is going to send 2 pulses to the Bob, and the Bob is going to measure the difference of these 2 pulses and is going to exchange the secret keys between 2 parties. But what in twin field QKD is going to happen, instead of the Alice sending 2 pulses, that Alice and Bob is going to send, each of them is going to send pulses, and there will be a Charlie at the end who is going to get these 2 pulses which are phase locked and which has the information encoded, and Charlie will then able to measure it and send the information back to Alice and Bob, and through the standard classical channel they will be able to obtain and the keys. And what is going to happen here is that it technically extends the distance of the traditional QKD of 150 kilometer to 300 kilometers or more. And what you need is a 2 fiber. Between Alice you have 1 fiber, Alice and Charlie you have 1 fiber, and Charlie to Bob you have another fiber. While we demonstrated this twin field QKD protocol in lab with a 96 dB loss or about 600 kilometers, we recently, the paper has been published in Nature, we recently conducted a trial of this QKD protocol in European Giant network. In Germany, we selected 3 different cities, and these systems has been tested over a 254 kilometer link or 56 dB loss, and it can able to generate a key rate of 100 bits, about 100 bits per second. So this is the motivation for this is to enable really larger distance using the QKD, one using a standard telco network and using standard detectors, and instead of using superconducting detectors. I think which is what being highlighted by the Honorable Minister this morning. And we do understand that the QKD systems are a little bit expensive. That is what we're hearing globally because of the discrete photonics of how you built the QKD systems today. So we definitely need smaller, cheaper, and faster QKD systems to scale this technology for mass adoption. That is why I think our R&D is also working on photonic integrated circuits. I believe a lot of Indian research institutes are doing the same. And this will enable you to not only miniaturize the QKD, but this will follow the standard semiconductor manufacturing process that will drive down the cost of QKD and mass adoption. Toshiba has been helping organizations globally to understand how this technology works, understand it from a technology perspective, understand it from a performance perspective and security perspective. The key highlights are we are working closely with British Telecom as a telco operator in UK for over 3 to 4 years, and we built a commercial QKD network. When we say commercial trial QKD network, which means that everything that is built on that network is telecom approved products and telecom grade solutions. And we are working with global companies based in which has the UK headquarters, and we give access to the technology for them to understand the technology, as well as for them to familiarize with it and how to develop quantum safe solutions for themselves. Apart from the UK, we are also working closely in European Union with the national or the European Union government related EuroQCI project. We are supporting multiple countries in EuroQCI with our long distance and multiplex QKD systems. Apart from UK, we are also helping Singapore and Japan, as well as in the United States. After the NIST published the PQC, the adoption or the awareness of the quantum safe communication has increased among the US private organizations, and they are very much interested to understand the working and the operations of this technology. QKD is particularly very important for financial sector because of the sensitivity of the data, as well as they hold the money, and it is very the first important sector to prepare for quantum era. So as you see here that the global banks based in United States or Singapore or United Kingdom, they have already finished understanding the technology, and now they are in a phase to take this technology and study how to make it operational in their operational environment. Apart from the private initiatives from the banks, there are also central banks as well as World Economic Forum are suggesting financial organizations to migrate to post-quantum solutions. Recently, Monetary Authority of Singapore has sent an advisory to all the financial institutions in Singapore to start looking at post-quantum cryptography and quantum key distribution, and we are supporting that initiative there. During a recent visit to India by Toshiba's president, Taro Shimada, he had an welcome opportunity to meet with our Honorable Prime Minister of India. They exchanged Toshiba's continuous contribution to critical India's infrastructure, such as Ganges water treatment, power generation. We have a local manufacturing for transmission and distribution systems, which is exporting transmission and distributions globally, as well as we have EV battery manufacturing, GV in Ahmedabad. So Toshiba has a very long history, not from the household point of view, but also from an infrastructure point of view, we are supporting social infrastructure in India for several decades. And this meeting also discussed about the potential of quantum technologies and quantum key distributions. So we at Toshiba remain committed to QKD technology, solutions and business, and we are open to collaborate with the leading partners in India to help you try and apply quantum secure communications to protect your organization in the quantum era. It comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening thoughts and sharing your global perspective with us. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ray Harishankar to kindly share your views on IBM advancement in quantum computing and post-quantum cryptography. Dr. Ray Harishankar is an IBM Fellow and Vice President within the quantum team focused on quantum safe. He is responsible for driving the overall strategy for IBM quantum safe products and product engineering. Dr. Ray leverages the deep technical expertise of IBM in security services post-quantum cryptography. He advocates IBM capabilities and leadership in quantum safe with clients. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Come on, guys. Perfect. All right, I am going to keep you engaged. That much I'll tell you, so watch out. So thank you for the great introduction, and on behalf of IBM and personally, I am thrilled to have an opportunity here to stand in front of you in this third conclave on quantum communication. And also, thanks for all the opportunity to interact and collaborate with many of the experts and scientists in this space. So I've been with IBM for about 26 years, and I have been focused on quantum safe aspect of it for the past 4 years or so. And what I'm going to walk you through is what we have accomplished and what we intend to do from an IBM standpoint, both in quantum computing itself, as well as where we are headed in terms of application of post-quantum cryptography, right? So what we do at IBM, what you see on the screen is the mission statement for IBM Quantum. Our mission is to bring useful quantum computing to the world and to make the world quantum safe. And jokingly, I say that I focus on the colorful part of the mission, which is making the world quantum safe. So what does making the world quantum safe really mean? Or how do we achieve the objective of bringing useful quantum computing to the world? Our formula for that consists of about 5 things, right? And I'll walk you through this at a high level here, deep dive into a couple, maybe 3 of those, and then wrap it up, right? Usually I tend to get excited and talk and use up my time, so if somebody can tell me when there is 5 minutes left, I'd appreciate that a lot. Again, I'm in consideration for the fellow speakers, and also that I know we are already running late, so I don't want to take time away from your lunch. That said, what do we mean by bringing useful quantum computing to the world? As part of that, what we do is we publish a roadmap of where we intend to go. Right? Very clear, very open. We publish that out and say, this is where we intend to go. It doesn't mean that that is cast in concrete. It means that we want to share with you what our direction is. Based on findings, we will pivot a little bit here and there, but directionally, that's where we want to go. Second, we want to make sure we build and make available what we call utility scale systems. Systems that you can use, systems that the community can use, systems that the industries can use to really solve business problems. That's what we mean by utility scale computing. We also then talk about how we can share that with the community around us, so we are very community oriented. And obviously, we have toolkits that will enable everyone to access that. And finally, we focus on making sure that we are also supporting the quantum safe aspect of these, right? I know you cannot read this. That is by design, because you'll then start poking at every single aspect of this. But I will expand on the relevant parts. All that it means is, if you can see some green dots to the left of it, it says that between 2016 and 2024, for example, we have hit each of the milestone that we set ourselves to achieve. So we said we will produce, 27 qubit machine, we achieved that. We said we'll, produce a 133 qubit machine, we achieved that. So we want to look forward and say, what does the future hold, right? Where are we headed with this? This is where, hopefully you're able to read this. We now have a 133 qubit machine. Now, one thing I do want to make sure, I'm sure you're aware of this, but I want to make sure it's very clear, is merely counting qubits isn't going to help you. Qubit is not going to be a number that will tell you the capability of the quantum computer. There is this notion of how deep can you execute? How many instructions, how many circuits can you execute with the 133 qubits or 1,000 qubits that you have? If you can only go 2 instruction deep, that doesn't help you. So it's a combination. I'll talk about this in a second, in a later slide as well. So don't be fooled by just the number of it. That is why you see the number 10K, 15K, 100 million, and 1 billion. Those are circuit operations that you can perform on that chip. What do I mean by that? It is a multiplication of the width, that is the qubit, and the depth, which is the number of deep instructions you can go. Because you need to execute instructions repeatedly before the qubits become, or they decohere, right? So there is that notion of coherence. In addition to entanglement and superpositioning, the coherence of these qubits is also important. That is, how long do they stay stable? Right now, they're in the nanosecond or sub-nanosecond range. We intend to take it to millisecond, 10 to the power of 6 more. And that means you can execute a heck of a lot more instructions in a period of time that you have. That is what you need to increase the depth, right? So if you look with that lens, if you look at this, we find that we are implementing already error mitigation and improving the robustness or the quality of the qubits that we have and increasing the depth in 27, 28. And that will take us to about 15K instructions, right? However, in 29, we introduce error correction. That we believe is a very significant inflection point, and that is where we achieve significant scale, and that's why you see us going from 15K to 100 million circuit level operations. That is going to be a significant inflection point. And the reason we are able to confidently say that is we have demonstrated that in the lab, and it also came out in the Nature paper, I believe, in 2024. So that is where we are headed. And then beyond that, we are saying that once you reach 2029, it's a matter of scaling beyond that, right? Fundamental technology problems that were preventing us from getting there, a la error correction, will be addressed, and then we can easily scale from 200 qubits to 2,000 qubits and get to 1 billion qubits. Now that's some number of qubits, right? You agree? Okay, some feedback. All right, now I talked about the roadmap. That's what our roadmap is. Let me touch a little bit on quantum utility. I said utility scale computing. What do I mean by utility scale computing? Simply put, quantum utility says that we can demonstrate that a quantum computer can, using quantum circuits, execute or solve problems that are beyond the ability of classical computers. And we have already achieved that. Again, Nature paper called out how we were able to achieve that. The next thing we are looking for is quantum advantage. And quantum advantage is when an unsolvable classical problem is now solved by quantum computers. Now, you may say, when is this going to happen, right? While I say that this is 2020, 2029 onwards, we are beginning to solve that. Some of you may have seen an article posted by the quantum CTO, our IBM quantum CTO, where he called out that we now have a technique called gross surface modeling that actually gives us additional scale than we originally thought. In other words, we now have the ability to have 300 physical qubits yield about 12 logical qubits, right? Which means we have reduced the number of qubits needed to generate the logical qubits you need by a factor of 10. So we may achieve quantum advantage well before 2029. So that's where we are headed. So what does this all mean? Again, this is mostly for reference, so that this is not me making up something to impress you, but this is actually research that has been published in the Nature paper, or in Nature magazine. And what does this mean? This means that right now we have utility scale computers that are about 1,200 times more performant than the next available competitor, if you will. 1,200 times cheaper and 400 times more performant, right? And you may say, well, that's all fine. Where do you have it? We currently have about 15 of these deployed on the cloud, when Google has 2 of them deployed on the cloud. So I'm not dissing Google. I'm just saying there are 17 of them available to you if you want to ask right now. Overall, if you step back and look at it, we have so far, since 2019, deployed 70 quantum computers on the cloud. We have so far executed 3 trillion circuits on them. It is not IBM executing it. It is a community of 275 quantum network members, as well as the millions of users. I think several of them are from India. I meant to get a count of how many users of our quantum systems and computers are from India, but there is, trust me, a significantly large number is from this part of the world, right? So you are currently actually using Qiskit and our computers, quantum computers, to learn, to solve problems, to use the simulators as well as the quantum computers, and learning through the process. We welcome that, right? And we also have, we have a couple of quantum data centers, and we also have, I think, 8 or so quantum computers, 5 on-premise quantum computers that we have deployed. Because usually people say, you only access it from the cloud. Not quite. For example, I'm from Columbus, Ohio, in the US, and there is a famous Cleveland Clinic that is in Cleveland, Ohio. They have a quantum computer that we have sold them, obviously, that they have installed, of all places, in their cafeteria. So everyone can go and see that. RPI, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, has one installed in their, in their building as well, that folks can see. So while it is not prevalent, you may have on-prem quantum computers as well, right? You may not be able to read this, but the bottom line is, given our 2 decades or more of work here, we have published over 2,300 research papers. When you combine all of the other competition, they don't even add up to that number. So the point being, we have a significant amount of investment, intellectual investment, as well as intellectual capital and research papers that we have published out of the work that we are doing. What does this all mean? It all means that we believe that by 2027, we will begin to see quantum computers being used productively to deliver business value. And it's not just us saying that. We were also gratified to see that this notion of a quantum economic advantage is something that people are going to realize in that time frame. So it is much, much sooner than we had originally thought. And when you begin to explore the value of quantum in the business community, we obviously need to look at the number of network partners that we have. When I say network partners, I mean education institutions, institutions like CDOT, as well as commercial institutions around the world, banks and insurance companies and energy and utility companies. All of them end up using quantum computers and begin to learn how they can apply quantum to make a difference in their business. I know this is not readable, but hopefully you'll get a copy of this so you can read it. The point behind the slide is to say there are use cases across all of the industries that you can imagine. And earlier, the keynote speakers called out a number of areas where this can be applied. all of these are use cases that can be applied in specific industries, and we are working with clients in every single one of them to develop algorithms that are suitable for them. And this ties in with the point I made earlier about achieving quantum economic advantage. It is solving business problems using these algorithms in that time frame. And where are we going with this? This is just a forward-looking statement where we believe that we are heading towards what we call quantum-centric supercomputing, where you have QPUs, GPUs, and CPUs all coming together and working cohesively to solve a problem, right? So this is the direction, higher level direction where we are headed. Now, that's about the first part of this mission statement, which is bringing useful quantum computing to the world. Now to switch into the specifics of post-quantum cryptography and making the world quantum safe. One of the use cases, as you very well know, of quantum is that it solves a problem that we believe or we thought would be unsolvable. In 1974, if I remember right, when the first Diffie-Hellman and RSA algorithm came up, they looked at factorization as a problem that could not be solved because there was no algorithm to crack it, so it couldn't be solved. Now, stepping back, I could look at it and say, talk about taking risk. All of asymmetric cryptography is based on this one problem that we believe could be unsolvable, which is prime factorization, right? Diffie-Hellman that came after that, all the other derivatives of that, all dependent on this one problem. And guess what? Peter Shor in '94 came along and said, I think I can crack that with quantum computing. He didn't even have a quantum computer on hand to play with it at that time. But my point being, keep this in mind that putting everything or having all these asymmetric algorithms dependent on one mathematics problem is actually the cause of the problem here. Is there any other problem that we could have applied? Probably not. So I'm not challenging that, but I'm just saying what can we learn from that. So as we go forward, we ought to have algorithms that are not based on one type of math problem, right? That's the lesson we take forward. And all that this says is, look, there are problems that quantum computers solve that cannot be solved by classical, excellent. There are problems that classical computers solve that will never be solved by quantum computers. It's never going to do your payroll. In fact, it's worst when it is doing multiplication, right? Don't ask a quantum computer to do math. Or simple math, it takes a lot of time to do it. But there are also problems where classical computers do well, quantum can do much better. Optimization is one. We can say, oh, we have optimization problem. We have fraud detection algorithms now. Quantum can do it much better. That's the takeaway from that. So much of this has been talked about already as to what happens when a quantum computer really is available that is capable of breaking encryption. By show of hands, how many of you think that a quantum computer capable of breaking encryption that is cryptographically relevant quantum computers will be available in the next 5 years? How many of you believe that? Okay. How about 5 to 10 years? About the same. Beyond 10 years. There are some doubters in the group. Good. That they are optimists. Actually, you are right. They are optimists. So I'll give you an answer as to when we believe that will happen. Based on the roadmap that I just showed you, right? We are looking at 2029 as the earliest when you will have 10 million qubits, I think is what I showed there. Is that sufficient to break Shor's algorithm? Probably not. But here is what one has to think about. Shor's algorithm was created in the 1990s. People ignored it until the 2010, 2015, because it was an interesting problem, but not very relevant because I might as well focus on some other research problem. But then quantum computers began to become a reality, and people thought, wait a minute, can I do something with Shor's algorithm? Can I improve it? Are there other approaches I can take to break it down into pieces? And in other words, how can I make sure that I don't need 3,000 qubits, for example, to break RSA 2048? Can I do that with 2,000 qubits. Can I approximate some things and get to a general regime of the answer so that then I can apply classic techniques to do it? There are research papers that are appearing in this. A couple of them have appeared already. Interesting problem. So what I'm trying to say is, while people are trying to build quantum computers that are capable of solving or breaking Shor's algorithm, people are looking at improving Shor's algorithm as well. And all that you need is one inflection point with human ingenuity where you will find that somebody finds out something that's going to shorten the time. That's when the optimists who say that it's 10 years or later are going to say, oh, did I make a mistake, right? So my point is, we always talk about what happens when a quantum computer is available that's capable of breaking encryption and say, oh, we got to be ready for that. But one thing, how many of you know what harvest now, decrypt later means? Few hands. I would expect everybody to take both of their hands and show up, because that is a problem that exists today. That is a problem that is happening today, and we are not even aware of how it's happening and when it's happening. What do I mean by that? So a cryptographically relevant quantum computer, when available, can be used to break RSA 2048 or 1024. We all agree that's going to happen. What does that mean? It means that somebody can apply, who has access to a powerful quantum computer, can use that to break the encryption, apply Shor's algorithm, right? What's happening today is encrypted data is being exfiltrated. Bad actors are exfiltrating encrypted data. Right now, we are confident that even if they encrypt it, nobody can do anything with it because there's no way to break it. So fine, you can listen to my email conversation, you can listen to my exchanges with the SEC or SEBI, or you can download my secret communication I have regarding national defense, my drug discovery, my patent information. All of them you can download today, but you cannot do anything with it today because you can't do anything with it. You know where to decrypt it, right? Now, here's what the bad actor does. They're thinking, disk is cheap, so I'm going to store petabytes of that data or exabytes of that data today. Sit on it. And then 10 years later, 7 years later, when a quantum computer becomes available, I'm going to say, what problem can I cause by decrypting the information I downloaded 7 years ago? What trade secret can I steal? What patent can I break? What drug discovery can I sabotage? That is what we call harvest now, decrypt later. So be very, very cognizant of that happening today. It is. And the bad actors are doing it. You won't know it. And when it happens, when a cryptographically relevant quantum computer becomes available, do you think the bad actor is going to say, I have it, I broke it, so I'm going to tell you that I broke it? No. They are not going to tell you that they broke it. They're going to cause damage using that information over a period of time. So what I'm trying to show here is it will take a while for that to happen, not because the quantum computer isn't going to be available soon. It may be available, let's say, in the 7-year time frame, right? Mid-2030s or early 2030s, 2031, 2032 is where we predict you will have a cryptographically relevant quantum computer, but only the powerful will have access to it because it's expensive. And then so most critical, few and expensive quantum attacks may happen at a national level. And then you will find that low-cost quantum attacks happen over the next period of time, and then subsequently, beyond that. So be aware of that. I'm not going to spend any time talking about this because Dr. Upadhyay already called out that, hey, NIST ran these standards. The only shameless, advertisement I'll make for IBM here is that there were out of 84 submissions made in 2016, 4 algorithms were selected for standardization in 2022. 3 of them came from IBM, working with its collaborators. And incidentally, the guy who created the 4th algorithm now works for us too. So we have expertise. We have actually a pretty good, it's not accident, we have a pretty good cryptographic team in Zurich that does really breakthrough job here. And we have done it since the time of time of 1970s. So we have a history of doing that. Earlier, I made a point about you have to remember that don't put all your eggs in one basket, that we cannot depend on one math problem. So we have a variety of math problems that are being used to create these new cryptographic algorithms, right? So hash-based, isogeny-based, multivariate quadratic equations, lattice-based cryptography. These are all different kind of math problems, so we are not putting all eggs into the same basket, right? We talked about, again, thanks to Dr. Upadhyay, the timeline is 2033, according to this, and in a most recent CNSA meeting that I was at, they talked about left shifting it to 2031, by which they want to be ready. So while people have published timelines, they are also actively left shifting it, okay? Last couple points I'll make is this is not an individual enterprise or even an individual country problem. It is an industry-wide problem. So we have to work as an industry, as a nation, or as a region to educate, improve the awareness of, and we are forming several consortiums in this space. Even on Monday when I was in Bombay, I talked to the Payment Council of India, State Bank of India, Bank of India, to see if we can form a local consortium around banking and payments so you are protected, right? So the bottom line is, you know, we do have some software that does this. You say, what do I do as a country, as an enterprise, as a company to protect myself? So there are some few basic steps. Increase your awareness. Begin getting an inventory of where you have cryptography. You cannot fix what you don't know. So if you don't know where cryptography exists, which nobody knows, trust me, we go find things for clients and they say, oh, I didn't even know we had cryptography there. Or they thought they had strong cryptography when it is weak. So this is a problem that exists universally. Find out where things are, then begin prioritizing what you need to attend, and then begin addressing them in that prioritized manner. That's the, you know, if nothing else, you take that away from here, that will be a win for us. All right? Thank you so much for the time. Enjoy sharing this with you.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ray. So now I would like to invite Dr. Kaveh Delanarzi, Senior Lecturer in Electronic and Nanoscale Engineering at the University of Glasgow, UK, to share his views on engineering large-scale quantum communication, the next leap. Dr. Kaveh is a research fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering and an associate professor at the University of Glasgow, UK. His group develops hybrid superconducting, semiconducting quantum circuits, and integrated quantum systems for computing, communication, and sensing. Their work also extends to energy-efficient quantum technologies and green energy application. Over to you, sir.
Hello everyone, I'm Kaveh Delanarzi. I'm from University of Glasgow. Also, I'm a quantum fellow at. Okay, sorry, is it better now? Okay. I'm also a quantum fellow in UK Office for Quantum, and which is basically belongs to Department of Science, Innovation and Technology, or DCIT. So today I'm going to talk about engineering basically quantum systems. Not sure if everything is okay. Yeah, so it's a great pleasure to be here. I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to be here. I'm very excited by the talks, by the quality of the presentations, and thanks so much for all the effort you have been putting on this event. Basically, based on my role in DCIT and also University of Glasgow, I will give you a bit introduction on UK quantum vision and what the basically activity happening in UK, especially around quantum technology, and then how we in University of Glasgow would participate to the effort and make the basically quantum hardware, especially infrastructure in UK to be developed. The UK government, basically critical technologies, it seems that my slides are not shown, I think, right? Yes, sorry for the technical issue. Yeah, here are the UK government critical technologies. So we have semiconductors, quantum technologies, telecom, mostly future telecom, AI, and medical technologies are on the top of the basically UK government attention at the moment. And looking at a global effort for quantum technology, as you see, there are huge investments happening around the world, be it China, US, Europe, even India are basically leading on the quantum technologies and investing basically heavily in this area. So in UK, we have a UK National Quantum Strategy announced in 2023. So basically the effort there is for 10-year planning, which are basically mostly for building foundation for quantum technology in UK, and that is built on the quantum program, which was initiated in 2014, basically. And there are four key pillars for that. One is the aim is to make UK a home for world-leading quantum science and also for technologies. Then the aim is to drive the use of quantum technology in the UK to benefit the economy, society, and security. We aim to make UK to go to place for quantum businesses. So huge investment and attention is on attracting businesses around quantum technologies, and also to create a national and international regulatory and also standard frameworks that supports our innovation and also ethical use of quantum science and technology. So far, the story is for 1.1 billion pounds national program. So we invest on research, which is mainly around a Center for Excellence. So we aim to build regional strengths through the hubs network. So we unlock new applications. Basically, this is the goal, to target research program mostly. Then around innovation, we have acceleration commercialization. So we bring challenges, challenge program, which involves more than 180 UK companies. We drive public sector, basically solutions through the Catalyst Fund. In terms of infrastructure, there are huge investment for a National Quantum Computing Center. We have NQCC, where we basically host the industry as their test bed and hardware infrastructure there. Then we do testing and assurance through the National Physical Laboratory, or NPL, in UK. So we aim to bring and develop skills around quantum technology, attracting, retaining talent. We offer PhD studentships, fellowships in quantum science and technology to attract global, basically, talent. So what we aim is we make UK as a global leader, a global leading ecosystem. So we want to make, we want to be in UK, in Europe, basically as a first place, and third in the world for quality and impact of quantum technologies. For thriving businesses community, we want to be second in the number of quantum companies. Then high level of private investment, we have second in attracting private equity investment, actually, and then the broad capability around quantum science and technology. We have quantum companies basically spanning computing, communication, sensing, and metrology, imaging, and supply chain. So currently, UK actually recently funded 100 million, basically, pounds for quantum hubs based on 5 quantum missions. So we have mission 1, which is, the aim is by 2035, we want to have UK-based quantum computer, which are accessible and capable of running basically a significant amount of operation. And then the mission 2 is quantum networking. So by 2035, again, UK wants to have most advanced quantum network. Then the mission 3 is by 2030, UK want to have basically quantum sensing enabled solutions, mostly for illness in NHS, basically UK healthcare system. And we want to have, in mission 4, we want to have quantum navigation system deployed basically without relying too much on basically satellites signals. And then in mission 5, we want to have network quantum sensors. So based on these missions, the government recently, as I said, funded 5 quantum hubs around basically biomedical sensing, around quantum technology on imaging and timing. We have quantum network, quantum basically computing with interconnected implementation, and also we have quantum-enabled positioning, navigation, and timing. So based on the earlier efforts since it started 2014, UK has developed basically quantum network which connects cities from west to London. So we have Bristol, Cambridge, and London connected through this UK quantum network based on dark fiber technology. And the recent UK quantum hub, UK integrated quantum technologies, quantum network technology is, or IQN. The focus here is entanglement distribution, and there are different activity happening which just initiated actually late 2024, early 2025. And this is a 5 years program. So that was around the national effort around quantum technology, and especially quantum networking, which is somehow relevant to this presentation. And in University of Glasgow, we have basically quite state-of-the-art infrastructure to enable quantum technology. So Glasgow is quite a strong, Glasgow city, and in general, Scotland is a home for quantum science and technology. Lots of investment from the local government and also from UK government is there. And especially in University of Glasgow, we have different teams, so quantum and nanotechnology, we have photonics and electronics. So we try to train a student, postdoc, and basically we have a good number of academics also to develop that. We are backed by James Watt Nanofabrication Center, is 1,200 square meter of clean room with 35 million pounds basically industrial equipment, with a large number of research technologists and basically industrial involvement there. We target quantum technology, photonics, electronics, and basically bio through different hardware structure and building basically mostly hardware and infrastructure for quantum technology, because Glasgow actually leads one of the UK quantum hub with 20 million pounds investment. So Glasgow has funded the Center for Quantum Technology. In quantum technology, we focus on various aspects of quantum to basically address different challenges. We have quantum computing team, mostly focus on transmon and gatemon, so working on microwave side. Then we have quantum sensing, which we develop single photon detectors based on superconductors that are basically very useful for quantum networking. Then we have quantum enhanced imaging. So Glasgow used to lead the quantum enhanced imaging hub, one of the largest basically quantum initiative in UK. And now still Glasgow is involved in 4 of the 5 hubs funded in UK. We have Quantum Foundry through our JWNC. So we try to make basically nanofabrication and microfabrication of quantum devices and their integration in basically a standard and industry standard ways. We have quantum communication, so we develop hardware, semiconductor, superconductor-based system, and we have fundamental aspect of quantum science and technology through theory works. So recently, Glasgow City actually funded a couple of projects around critical technology accelerator. Again, quantum is one of the basically important aspect of this funding. So here we focus on gallium nitride lasers and mostly photonics, and also superconducting-based quantum system to enable the quantum ecosystem. And that is also empowered by analog program, where we have very advanced semiconducting hardware packaging technology, which allow us to basically fabricate and then package the quantum devices in-house, all in Glasgow University. So one of the most relevant projects we are running at the moment is EPIC, Empowering Practical Interface of Quantum Computing. So that's the collaboration between communication engineers and quantum engineers in order to make interfaces for mostly superconducting technology to be connected to optical telecom, a standard optical telecom network. So through this project, we have 3 different pillars where the pillar 1 focuses on optical interconnects. So where we try to replace the bulky superconducting wires. So for control and readout of the qubit with optical fibers, and to make basically transductions from microwave to optics. Then in pillar 2, we develop wireless communication hardware. So rather than using coaxial RF cables for control and readout of superconducting qubit, the aim is to replace them with antennas. So we place antennas at millikelvin temperature and then wirelessly transmit the quantum signal from millikelvin temperature to outside the fridge. And the 3rd pillar is around cryoelectronics, and the idea is again to bring basically electronics close to quantum processors. So the focus, so you know that the most advanced quantum platform at the moment are superconductor, trap ions, photonics, silicon-based, and topological. So topological has the lowest TRL, but superconducting is one of the basically mid-range TRL technology where we focus. And as I explained, this is the announcement of Google for 53 qubits. And as our colleague in IBM demonstrated, so millions of qubits is not possible probably with this type of hardware. So the solutions could be basically from wireless to optical and to cryoelectronics, where we can somehow integrate all quantum processor and quantum and classical electronics basically on a single chip to remove the bulky basically cryostat or cryogenic system. So not only for inside the dilution fridges, there are also interconnecting a quantum computer has a lot of different challenges, especially in data centers. Maybe we can't rely on the most mature optical quantum network technology, so there probably microwave communication or terahertz communication could be another solution. So we also focus on developing hardware to make basically superconducting qubit to operate in a bit higher frequency range. So we target millimeter wave and terahertz. So that allows scalability and also integration of superconducting qubits. So why terahertz? Because so from semiconductor side, which are the conventional technology for microwave and for lasers, normally up to 1 terahertz or 100 gigahertz frequency semiconductor start to be basically laggy and inefficient. And from other side, laser are not good below 20 terahertz. So there is a gap in between, which basically there is a lack of technology. So semiconducting technology cannot answer this demand there. So here is basically a summary of the sources which we can generate terahertz signal with them. And mostly they are photonics, and some of them are based on semiconductor, like quantum scaled lasers or resonance tunneling diode. But again, they don't give a tunability, and then they are not much efficient in room temperature. They need cooling anyway. So we introduce superconducting-based light sources, so they can be electrically tuned, electrically driven, and a source of coherent light based on Josephson junction. So then we can make them to operate in single photon or in basically entangled photon state. Specifically for terahertz generators, we use high temperature superconductor. They can be operated up to above basically liquid nitrogen temperature. That allows integration and scalability quite conveniently based on Josephson effect. And then they are electrically tunable. Once they are phase synchronized in a very large number of arrays, then we can get coherent light out of them. And then cavity engineering is like a laser, so laser on chip that can operate efficiently in low temperature down to even millikelvin temperatures. And then we can basically somehow modulate the terahertz wave with the speed up to 40 gigahertz. So then we can make like on-chip lasers with COM signal for quantum communication or quantum basically even computing using as local oscillator for qubits and for quantum processors. Thanks so much. I'm done. So in short, we develop quantum computing hardwares from qubit to the basically control and readout. We do quantum communication, modulators, basically light sources, and we do ultra-fast photonics for basically interconnect between the qubits and with the optical telecom. Thanks so much for the day.
Thank you so much, sir. And once again, thank you to all our esteemed speakers for their valuable insights and inspiring words. Your contribution has truly enriched today's session. Thank you. And now I would like to request Shri Shubhendu Tiwari ji, Advisor Technology, Department of Telecom, to kindly present the memento as a token of appreciation to all the speakers on the dais. So, kindly present the memento to Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO, C. Dot. To Dr. Ananda Raman, Sankaran, Senior Manager QKD, Technical Marketing, Japan. Memento to Dr. Ray Harishankar, IBM Quantum Safe, USA. And now the memento to Dr. Kaveh Delanarzi, Senior Lecturer, Electronic and Nanoscale Engineering, University of Glasgow, UK.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. And it's a time for a lunch break. So let me inform you about the lunch arrangements. Lunch for all the delegates has been arranged in.
Thank you. The back to carry.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So let's have a group photograph. So you please also join.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it's a time for a lunch break. Let me inform you about the lunch arrangements. Lunch for all the delegates has been arranged in Atrium Hall on the ground floor. For our speakers and distinguished guests, lunch will be served in the VIP dining area on the ground floor. So we will meet after, say, about 45 minutes, around 2:15 p.m. So we look forward for your continued participation. And also we would like to mention that exhibition by a research organization, startups and academic institution is being held outside hall number 6. So you are encouraged to visit and explore the innovative display there. Thank you so much. the project director for the NQN Quantum Communication, Professor Bharat. So we are about to begin the session in about 5 minutes. Sorry? Okay. So we are about to start the second session of the third edition of the International Quantum Communication Conclave. So you all are requested to kindly be seated and again keep your mobile phone on silent mode. Whomsoever is outside, you are requested to come inside and take your seats. We are going to start the second session of third edition of the International Quantum Communication Conclave. Please take your seats so that we can start the session without any further delay. I request everyone to please take your seats. So welcome to the third edition of the International Quantum Communication Conclave. This event is being organized by the Telecommunication Engineering Center, which is the standard setting organization for telecom and ICT technologies under the Department of Telecommunication in association with the Center for Development of Telematics, C.DOT. For that, I would like to invite on the stage speakers of this session, Professor Anil Prabhakar from IIT Madras, Mr. Rowan Hogman from Mrs. Ericson, Shri Kamal Kumar Agrawal ji from TEC DOT, Shri Dilip Singh ji from QNO Labs, and Dr. Vipin Rathi from Delhi University. So now we begin with our second session. Before we move ahead, allow me to give you a brief overview of what this session entails. As we envision the future of mobile networks with 5G and 6G, security become paramount alongside speed. This session will share insights on the vital role of standardization and certification, as well as how hybrid approaches can help accelerate the adoption of quantum communication technologies, paving the way for quantum resilient 5G and 6G networks. To take this session forward, I would like to invite Professor Anil Prabhakar ji. Professor Anil Prabhakar teaches electrical engineering at IIT Madras. He received his PhD in 1997 from Carnegie Mellon University with a dissertation on nonlinear spin wave optical interaction. He is a co-founder of QNO Labs and Quanfluence and is currently the project director for the NQM Hub on quantum communication. Professor Prabhakar has authored over 50 research publications and co-authored a book on spin waves. He holds 18 patents on a range of devices in the field of photonics, magnonics, as well as assistive devices. So over to you, sir.
Going to be a challenge, but we shall figure this out. Okay. How audible am I? Not audible. Audible enough? Yes. All right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming back after lunch. I shall try to keep you awake. The morning session was very heavy. I felt it was rather heavy. And I'll try to lighten it up a little bit with some pictures and some actual technology also that we have developed. Right? I represent the National Quantum Mission's Hub for Quantum Communications. It's called the IITM C.DOT Samnya Technology Foundation. It took me a little while, and maybe I'm not saying it yet correctly. How do you say Samnya? Right? The Sanskrit word that means cognition. Right? The outline of the talk I will start by introducing you to the deliverables of our National Quantum Mission. And then we'll talk a little bit about technology and the validations. And then finally, I will tell you how we have built our first application that we call Quantum Money. Needless to say, we are in a competitive environment. There are lots of international networks that are being built. Some of these are fairly old now. Our goal is to actually hit the 2,000 kilometers, very similar to the one that was done by China. But that is already a fairly old demonstration, and even just yesterday there was a publication of demonstrations in Europe. I think he said it was 156 miles. I think it is about 250 kilometers. something like that. Italy is also building it up, and it's been running in various places for quite a while, right? In India too, it's been running for a while. At the top left, we have the Metro Area Quantum Access Network in Chennai. That's been running. IIT Delhi and DRDO did their demonstrations in the field over 100 kilometers a couple of years ago. And CDOT itself has been running a network in Delhi for more than a year now, right? I think what is important as we start building these networks is to stay interoperable. It cannot be that it's my network and his network and Toshiba says it's their network and somebody else says it's their network, right? If you look at telecom equipment today, it's not ruled by one company, although there could be a major player in some geographies. There is competition out there. And if you're going to have a quantum network, then everybody has to follow some standards and the equipment has to be interoperable. So I think that is where there is a fair amount of work to be done because, as you may be aware, everybody wants their own technology to become a standard. Right? The proposed activities are summarized in this slide. There are 5 major activities that have been undertaken. One is 2,000 kilometers quantum key distribution network. I have coined actually it was 2 years ago in the first quantum conclave when I was sitting in the audience before my talk that I was like, what is a good acronym for this? And I coined KILA, right? Because we had done Makan and then I said, we'll do KILA. I remember coming out and telling Atul Makan to bana diya, abhi KILA banao. Right? So the idea is that, of course, it's a good acronym because it's also a defensive shield, right? And I think one of the things that I'd like to tell a general audience always is people mix up quantum computing and quantum communication in their talks. I heard it this morning also. See, quantum computing, the way it has originally designed, is meant to break passwords. It's an offensive weapon. Quantum communications is a defensive weapon. It's meant to protect yourself from someone who might crack your password. Hopefully, we will have other uses for a quantum computer, but if the only use case for a quantum computer is to crack passwords, then, man, maybe a few people in the country should do it and not the whole country. Right? The rest of us should be doing something else. Right? So anyway, so we are talking about quantum communications here, which is a defensive weapon, and our goal is to try to develop technologies that protects our digital infrastructure. KILA is one of them. The satellite-based quantum key distribution that was mentioned in the morning is another one of them that is being done by ISRO. But you'll notice it's a competitive space. Before we've even launched our satellite, our neighbors have already launched 10 microsatellites that do this. And they're communicated with South Africa, right? So speed of movement is essential. Post-quantum cryptography, we heard a lot of it, and CDOT is leading the charge on that. And I have my colleague Urbasi who will talk to you more, I'm not sure, but maybe she'll talk to you more about the quantum memory that she's designing under the National Quantum Mission. Right? Okay. The collaboration itself is between startups and industry, academia, and research labs. It's a very busy slide. But to the top right, I've counted there are 23 member institutes and research labs. Right? I stand here almost tired trying to coordinate with all these people. Each of these institutions have 3 or 4 PIs. So it's a full-time job just collaborating with all of them. Right? This is what our metro area quantum access network looks like. Right? It has 5 or 6 nodes. It's not very long. It's a metro area, so the longest link is about 15 kilometers. But the problems are not the distance, and that is also something that I like to highlight. It is the loss in the fiber. So a link could be short, but if it's very poor quality fiber, then, I mean, you are in trouble because you're losing your photons. So the loss along these fibers, even if it is about 15 kilometers, could be equivalent to the loss of about 25 or 200 kilometers, right? So the loss on the fiber plays a big role in our metro areas because, as you are well aware, there's digging going on everywhere. And over a distance of about 4 kilometers, I've counted something like 20 splices. And each splice will give me 0.5 kilometers of 0.5 dB of loss. If it's a poor splice, if you beat them up, they will bring it down to 0.1 dB, but you have to keep beating them up. Right? So our immediate challenge is to connect Chennai to Bangalore. All right? That's going to be our immediate work that we take up as soon as we get our sanctions, to say that how do we connect these two cities. And we'll be connecting them through secure nodes, because we do not yet have the quantum repeaters. And these secure nodes are secure to the extent that you have physical security. There's a person out there, there's a CCTV camera and so on. They're in preparation for when we have the quantum repeaters. As part of that is to also reduce the size, weight, power and cost. Today, a pair of boxes, the transmitter and receiver, cost anywhere, depending on who you talk to, above 70 lakhs. So it could go from about 70 lakhs to about 1.5 crore. And if you talk of that price and you say you want to do 2,000 kilometers and you're limited to putting such pairs of boxes every, if you're lucky, 100 kilometers, then you're spending a lot of money on that. If you want to connect metro area networks, then you also have to account for all those boxes, and it just will not be feasible at all to do this unless we can miniaturize everything into chips, right? So a lot of the work has already started, and hopefully later this year we will have some of our chips that can do some of this. So this is the quantum internet with local access that has been planned. It has 5 makans: Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Indore and Delhi, right? And the distance, as the crow flies or as Google Maps tells me, is 2,200 kilometers. On fiber, actually, it's a little longer. If you go back here, you'll see that the distance from Chennai to Bangalore, I'm sorry, I'm going to take a small break. I promised I'll get you some laughs. So if you listen carefully, they'll tell me that I can drive from Chennai to Bangalore in 2.5 hours. Every day that this time gets reduced because the highways are getting better and better. But every time I drive, it takes me 7 hours. The only way that you can drive from Chennai to Bangalore in less than 3 hours is if I extend Bangalore one side and extend Chennai on the other side. I don't see any other way of doing this. Similarly, on this fiber, as a Google Maps tells me it's only 300 kilometers, 350 kilometers, but the actual fiber is 550 kilometers. So when you're doing these things, you have to actually worry about the ground reality and not just what I can pull up on Google Maps, right? Okay. So those are the introductory parts. I'll get to the technology development now, and we'll do a few sort of more technical slides, right? So one of these ideas is how do you generate correlated photon sources, right? My colleague in Delhi, Joey, has been doing a lot of it. I think she's spoken at the last Quantum Conclave also. And we've generated these pairs of photons at different wavelengths. In this particular experiment, I've sort of said I don't want to generate pairs of photons at different wavelengths. I want to generate pairs of photons on different channels of the ITU grid. So at different wavelengths is not good enough if they don't fall on the ITU grid and they are compatible with the rest of our network. So if you look at this picture, what it is it starts with a mode-lock laser, goes through a Fabry-Perot filter and gets amplified, and what comes out is a comb, a frequency comb already, which is completely classical. And then it goes through a highly nonlinear fiber. And in that fiber, what happens is 2 of these photons will interact and generate 2 more in a process called 4-wave mixing. And then you can imagine if I started off with a comb and each of them starts interacting with each other, I'll get a comb coming out. And they're all correlated. And they're pairwise correlated, and that's what we'd like to see. So if you look at the results of this, it's a very nice little experiment that we managed to get going. To the right out there is the original comb, and to the left is the one pump laser, and at the base of the pump laser, you will see a lot of other peaks which have appeared because of the four-way mixing. And how do you test that they're correlated? Well, there is a measure, it's called a coincidence to accidental ratio, or the CAR. And you can see at the bottom right that we've got a CAR of about 17, which is one of the highest that we have measured so far, right? You can also do it systematically, go pairwise, and then you'll find that you're generating them in pairs. And you can imagine that these pairs are now very useful in a metro network, because any two parties can use a pair of photons, and any other two parties will use another pair. So +1, -1, +2, -2, +3, -3, and so on, right? So this is sort of what we are anticipating we will be able to do. The other thing that we don't spend enough time on is we tell you that QKD is secure. Actually, it's quite insecure, okay? It's quite insecure for many things, many reasons. One of the reasons is that although it is information theoretically secure, the people who are implementing it are all humans. In many cases, they might be students or their staff or so on, right? If you want to make it secure, you have to also address all the potential attacks that could be there. And here what I'm going to show you is a possibility of attacking these links, right? So there's a very simple attack, and actually I have to thank my colleague from SAG who first asked me, said, why don't you do this? I said, okay, let's try. And it wasn't very difficult. It turns out that you put an eavesdropper between the transmitter Alice and the receiver Bob. Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to stop calling them Alice and Bob. They're now called Akbar and Birbal. I haven't found the right word for Eve, but so I'm open to suggestions. Right, so Akbar and Birbal are sending something, and in the middle there's Eve. Come on, it has to start with E. Okay, so you put a circulator in the middle, and then you put a very sensitive photodetector there. So what happens is interesting. So Akbar sends a photon. It's going to take some getting used to. Akbar sends a photon, and it goes to Bob, and Bob detects it. Now, after Bob detects it, there is still some residual energy with Bob, and he emits another photon. So the eavesdropper sitting in the middle is measuring the photon that is emitted after Alice and Bob have done, Akbar and Birbal have done their communication. And if you ask that question, how much information can an eavesdropper extract by looking at what are called backflash photons, it turns out there is a significant amount of information, okay? The reason this becomes difficult is because when we do the theory, we say that, you know, we have idealized photon detectors with Bob, but actually we don't. We have 10% efficient detectors. If you want to use an idealized 90% efficiency detector, you're going to pay me not 1.5 crores, you're going to pay me 3 crores. And you're going to give me the environment to keep it all cool and everything, right? So that is why these sort of attacks become interesting for us. So since we did that, then someone came to me and said, can we do show security with decoy states? And I said, sure, why not? Let's try that. So here's a picture that says how security works on the coherent one-way protocol. The alpha and the 0 alpha is a logical 1 bit. And in the middle, the two gray pulses are actually the decoy state. And then after that, there is a gray state and a white state, which is the logical 0. The idea here is that if there is an eavesdropper, then on the detectors DM1 and DM2, I should be able to detect the eavesdropper. So I said, why not? Let's try. So at the bottom is a classical trace that shows that Alice is sending pattern 101101, and an eavesdropper goes in there and puts in another 1, right? And if you look on the right, you'll see that the eavesdropper, on the bottom right, you'll see the eavesdropper shows up out there. So we are able to detect an eavesdropper. The question is not whether we are able to detect an eavesdropper. The question then becomes, how little light can an eavesdropper put in there and still you should be able to detect it, right? So that I don't have an answer to yet because that's still coming up. But I'll take you to the next experiment, which I thought was also interesting. It's called quantum money. We heard in the morning about what is called measurement device independent quantum key distribution. Why is it nice to do measurement device independent? It's because of this black flash attack, right? The detectors could be compromised. But suppose I am so confident that I give the detector to the eavesdropper and say, go do what you want. I will still have a secure protocol. And that's measurement device independent. Now, in a measurement device independent protocol, you have Alice and Bob or Akbar and Birbal, and you have Charlie, you have one more name. Sir, you need one more name starting with C. So you have Charlie, who is actually an eavesdropper as well as somebody else, right? So to do quantum money, what we are saying is we'll call Alice a client, Bob a merchant, and Charlie is the bank. The bank has all the information, right? And so you start by creating new money. So that means the mint is trusted. The mint creates the money. Alice and Bob, they have an account with the bank, so they have a secret key. The key can be known to the bank because it is trusted. And then you have a transaction that goes from the bank to Alice to Bob to the bank, right? And if you look at it, this is the actual setup. So the laser, the intensity modulator, the phase modulator, these are all with the bank. And then there's a client, that's Alice. And then there's a merchant, that's Bob. And depending on what the phase that the client or the merchant add, in addition to what is sent by the bank, you will get detections on the two detectors, right? So here, you're getting these detections and you have a protocol that says, okay, if I have sent 0 pi 0 or pi 0, then I have derived some sort of a scheme out there. So this was our first demonstration of actually doing digital quantum money between three parties, right? And it was done on 30 plus 10 kilometers of fiber, right? I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but I can, do I know how much time do I have left? I'm out? Yeah, I'm out. Okay. So that's good. So let me end by a little blurb and also an acknowledgement. None of this work is, of course, done by me. A lot of the students will do it, and I also collaborate with a lot of the staff at IIT Madras. We are broadly working on photonics and quantum communications. And we, of course, acknowledge a lot of support from the government and also industry that has now started pitching in and helping us with a lot of the support, both financial as well as technical. So with that, let me stop here. I can take 5 more minutes? Oh, very good. Now I have to rewind. Why don't I ask a question? Does anyone have a question? Right? This is the first demonstration of quantum money. You should have a question. Right? So what is happening out here is very simple. Sorry? Please go ahead. Not in this experiment. It's a simple connectivity in this experiment. The muxing and demuxing will come in the other experiment where we have all these different photons on individual channels. So that's where you use your mux demux, right? Now you can run any of the other point-to-point experiments on any of the channels where you're muxing and demuxing. They're all working independently, right? So out here we have done it for about 6 channels. So that means I could have had 3 different client and merchant pairs, right? We still not got into a protocol which is a secret sharing protocol where you can have one client and multiple merchants. I'm assuming I don't really have such a transaction, but that is also a protocol that is possible. But we are getting to that, right? Any other questions? Okay. So I wanted to. Yeah, I was trying not to give the physics lesson, but I'll try this now again. So the way 4-wave mixing happens, see, normally you generate photons with what is called a 3-wave process. In a 3-wave process, you send 1 photon and it becomes 2 photons, and these are entangled. In a 4-wave process, you send 2 photons. So both are classical, and you generate pairs of photons out here. So now my two classical ones, the tall peak and the rest of the peaks on the right are all classical. So instead of doing one and one, I'm doing one and a whole comb. And then I'm generating from this first line of this comb and this a pair, second line of this and the comb a pair, and so on. So I can generate as many of them as I can. You'll see out here that there is an efficiency problem that it will decay as you go further away from the comb, right? So you can't, it's not infinite. If you get it on a chip, you might be able to do better, okay? All right. Okay, so let me get back to my last slide, since I think I've used my 5 minutes. The idea out here, again, is that photonics is with photonics, but you also will hear quantum computing happen with photonics. Now, one of the reasons that quantum communication is relevant to quantum computing is because you want to do what is called distributed quantum computing. And distributed quantum computing, you have to think of it as a computer and an Ethernet cable. The communication is the Ethernet cable and the computer is the computer, right? Now, if you want to do quantum computing distributed, you want to connect two quantum computers with a cable. The problem is people don't tell you that the wavelengths matter, because all our communications are at 1550 nanometers. If your computer, let us say is IBM's superconducting computer, it is a transmon, it doesn't have anything at 1550 nanometers, it's all at 2.4 gigahertz. So there has to be a transducer that takes that information back to 1550 nanometers. So anytime someone tells you that they can do all these things, you first start asking what wavelength are you working on. And if it involves an optical fiber, please ask them whether it is 1550 nanometers. Right? Otherwise, there is another step that is involved, which reduces your efficiency further. Okay? So with that, let me stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the interactive session. I would now request Mr. Rowan Hogman to take the session forward. Mr. Hogman is Director of Advanced Technology, APAC, at Ericsson, overseeing long-term technology plans and strategy for Ericsson's in India. He manages Ericsson's commitment in research programs and forums like SIGG, Bharat, covering topics like AI, quantum, XR, etc. He was previously Director of Ericsson Research Partnerships and Ecosystem and has been the Chairman of the Ericsson's White Paper Board and Editor-in-Chief of Ericsson Business Review. Mr. Hogman has held leading roles in the communication industry the past 28 years and obtained a Master of Science in Industrial Engineering and Management from the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden, 1996. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for that introduction, full introduction. Dear honorable panel, dear guests, good afternoon. I hope you're still awake. Yes, very good. So my name is Ron Högman. I work at the Ericsson Group Function Technology out of Ericsson headquarters in Stockholm. I'm right now in India. I moved here to work with our long-term strategy and technology. I'm a long-timer in Ericsson, 28 years in the industry. And yes, I started when I was 5. I'd like to start by saying that the objectives that the Indian government have set up in terms of digitalization and these technology topics like quantum, they are to us extremely insightful and forward-looking. If I just look back the past 2.5 years, what amazing rollout it's been of 5G, a world record-breaking 450,000 sites in just 2 years. For us, we use that as an example all over the world when we talk about how well it can become when you work together, government, operators, suppliers. So fantastic that. Now, just a few words on Ericsson before I go into talking about quantum. So Ericsson is an ICT company. We've got technology development in our DNA. We reinvest 20% of our revenues every year back into R&D. To us, India is a super interesting market, super important, not least if you think about all the young, tech-savvy, smart, brilliant people that India has, and that we are sure of will be part of really developing the future of communication. That's why we have our largest workforce in Ericsson here in India, larger than in Sweden, I should say. We also have a really large R&D contingent here in India. And it is within R&D that we look at quantum technologies. And in fact, here in India, we have some of our leading quantum researchers. So straight into quantum. And we've heard a lot about quantum today. Some companies might be using quantum for developing fiber optic cables. Others use it for satellite. Companies are looking at it for new drugs, new materials. We have one purpose with it, and that is to develop the next generation super powerful communication networks. And when doing so, it's super important for us, this term that was mentioned earlier, I think it was the IBM gentleman that mentioned economic advantage. This is a term that was coined by MIT Sloan. And the meaning is really that quantum computing has to have the capability of solving complex problems quicker than classical computing, but at a comparable price point. And for us in the telecom industry, this is super important because we are in the business of delivering advanced but yet affordable communication to enterprises and to consumers all over. And we introduce a lot of new advanced technology, but if it doesn't have this aspect of really bringing down cost and being cost efficient, it's not useful to us because we are hunting cost all the time in order to be able to be affordable. Secondly, quantum solutions have to have the right, have to be addressed at the right business cases. And what do I mean with the right business cases? Well, to us, it is very complex problems and very time-consuming computations. And finally, we talk about seamless integration. We don't believe really that you can place a quantum processor in an external central place of the network and feed it with requests and it will solve them in a batch processing kind of way. No, we believe in seamless integration of quantum into the full network where it needs to be distributed. Another thing I'd like to mention here is also, we think it's really preferable if quantum has a symbiotic relationship with other technologies that come. And here, for instance, AI, there's a lot of very positive interworking between AI and quantum that really will speed up the adoption of quantum in mobile networks. So, what are we looking, well, where in the network would it make sense, really, to implement quantum? I'm sure some people would raise their hand here and say security, of course, and I've heard a lot of talk about security here in the morning. And sure, security is super interesting for quantum, and hopefully it will safeguard a lot of things going into the future. But if you look at the mobile network, there's so much more. There's so much computation in a mobile network. There's computation on the access side where active antennas and basebands are looking at the best possible way to connect each user, each device. There's computation in the routers, shuffling large amounts of traffic. There's computation in the servers, looking at the management and control and the provisioning of services, the billing and so on. There is so much computation everywhere. If we look at the requirements for computation in the network, and I won't go through the full list, but let me mention two things at least. The network needs to cater for a massive amount of computations in order to enable real-time services with extreme reliability, security, resilience, and so on. You know, if you think about it, today, 5G services, they not only serve person-to-person communication, this precious person-to-person communication, but think about payment, financial payment, energy infrastructure communication, automated factories, crisis or emergency communication. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on with things that just cannot go down. Another aspect, if you look into the future and look at computations, they're just bound to go up in the network. If you think about more visual communication, AR, VR, if you think about massive twinning, digital twins, all this will need a lot of computation. If you think about AI, there's AI now coming in every device, in a lot of processors, a lot of machines. This AI, a lot of it will be offloaded into the network, because that's the only way really to start creating devices and machines where you take out the battery, where you can make them slimmer, where glasses can be really thin. You can have AR glasses that look like normal glasses, but you need to move out the computation because then you can take out the batteries. So for this reason, we believe that quantum processors will be implemented in mobile networks in the form of in-network co-processors. And just as today FPGAs or GPUs or even neuromorphic processors are offloading the network with specialized tasks, we believe that quantum processors will handle the most computationally difficult and time-consuming computations in mobile networks. And if we paint a picture of the future of mobile networks, we believe it would be like a sea of classical computing with a lot of islands of compute in it. So what are we looking at when it comes to quantum? Well, of course, we have looked at quantum algorithms. I mean, we started doing that when we started back in 2017, 2018. We realized quite quickly that quantum computations alone won't do it for mobile networks. We need to have hybrid computing. We need to have a combination of classical and quantum to solve the problem. And we need to use the best of both of these solutions. And when you think about the systems, you put these two software sets next to each other. Well, they need to interwork, and there needs to be a system that makes it possible for them to interwork. Let alone that, you also need that system to be able to manage quantum sensors communicating directly with quantum processors, because that way you can keep the exactness of the quantum sensors. On the next level, if you think about the software, the applications, the systems, well, all this need to sit on some type of hardware. And although we are not in the process, or we are not in the business of making processors, we still have tried and researched a lot of different hardware solutions in order to find what will suit this hybrid computing that we so much believe in. And then finally, quantum communication. And I see a lot of talk about quantum communication being security. We have a wider definition of quantum communication. We think about the different processors have to be able to talk to each other, different kinds of processors, sensors, on short distances, but also on longer distances. And here QKD and QRNG are just pieces of the overall puzzle, the way that we see it. So, does quantum interconnect work? I mean, considering then that we're placing such a big bet on hybrid computing, does it work in reality? Well, we just concluded last year some very interesting research on quantum interconnect, where we placed two QPUs with a short distance between each other in the same fridge. We connected them with the microwave waveguide running at 6 gigahertz, and we actually managed to send qubits between them and entangle qubits. So this proved to us, and Claire, who was driving this work on the picture, she was awarded a PhD for this work. It proves to us that it works. We also earlier have tried quantum interconnect on longer distances when we connected our labs in Kista in Stockholm with the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, a distance of about 30 kilometers in terms of the dark fiber then. The real distance is just 10 kilometers, but fiber distance about 30 kilometers. And we tried to recreate the Ericson logo by sending photons across. And we managed to do that. In fact, it required less than 20 photons to get that done. And on the picture here, you see the Swedish king as he got a demonstration for this at KTH. So, doing this kind of work is just super important that we have a good collaboration between academy and between the industry. And we have been looking at the countries where the quantum research is the most advanced. And in our opinion, it is today, if you think about the regions and the countries, North America, UK, EU, Israel, India, China, South Korea, Japan, and Australia. So we are keeping a very close watch on the research that is coming out of these countries. And then we are ourselves engaging in 3 places mainly, but also in some other places, but mainly in Sweden, where we're looking at hybrid computing. We're also looking at deterministic quantum computing, quantum infrastructure, also quantum interconnect that I showed. In Canada, we're focusing a lot on quantum-inspired communication, but also addressing schemes for hybrid computing. And then in Hungary, we are focusing a lot on AI and quantum machine learning, and different distributive methods for machine learning. But the million-dollar question is, of course, does quantum give positive effects already today? Do we have cases where we can use quantum in the mobile network? And we have tried some interesting stuff here. Are you familiar with antenna tilting? Probably not. Antenna tilting is something that's used in a mobile network, in the radio network, really to optimize the radio coverage. And basically, the way it works is, if you have a large antenna tilt downwards like this, you get very good coverage close to the antenna, but you might get some spotty coverage on the cell border. If you, on the other hand, have a lower antenna tilt, it's almost straight like this, then you would probably cover those spots on the cell border. But on the other hand, you get an overshoot. You might get interference in cells that are further away and even neighboring cells. So this is really an optimization problem. How much do you actually tilt the antenna? And the way that we normally work with this is that we use a reinforcement learning system. And we give a reward to this agent in this system if the tilt gives a better result in the actual cell and in the neighboring cells. Now, the quality of service in a network like this depends on roughly 2,900 different parameters. So this calculation normally takes a while to do. So what we do is we normally do this computation offline in a network simulator. So we train this agent, and then we bring the agent into a live network. So what we did here was we used a 9 QPU system, a small, pretty small system, but still 9 QPUs. We trained this agent. We didn't use the full 2,900 parameters. That would have been too much. But we took a subset of those, the ones that were most important for the quality of service. And the result was really good. I mean, we got a comparable result to the way that we traditionally did, but we did it in 10% of the time it took to train. So this showed to us that you get a really good result, at least a first draft of the result, so to say, because this was a trial. Now, this was a quite difficult computation, and it was very time-consuming computation. So this is, the kind of case that you should look at. So I'm just going to finish this talk with some of the challenges that we see going ahead with quantum for mobile networks. And the first being, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, the quantum state. There today does not exist, well, I should say there exist a lot of methods for achieving the quantum state, whether it's photonic or whether you use trapped ions, and actually, with the 6 or 7 that are there, none has really been identified as the really strongest one to use, although I think superconductivity, trapped ions, and photonic are the ones that are mostly used. So here we really need to find the best one, which is easy to industrialize. Secondly, the actual computing architecture. Professor Martinozzi at Princeton described this as a big blob. And it's still a little bit of a mystery exactly what this architecture will be. There's been a lot of good research on memory issues. And I think we're mostly in agreement in this industry that von Neumann architectures is not the way forward. But exactly what will this look like? We still have to figure this out. Then noise. I mean, there's a lot of work that has been done here. Google Willow took it a long step further. So, you know, we're almost there, but we still have some things to work out on the fault tolerancy. Quantum solutions are not best for every problem. It will give a speed up in most cases, but it doesn't mean that it, from the business perspective, is the best solution to use. And then we've been working with classical computing for, you know, I'd say 60 plus years, but if you want to count Pascal's calculator in 1642, you could say 300 years. Anyhow, we've been working with that a really long time. It's not reasonable to believe that we can substitute that overnight with quantum computing. So we believe really in using, continuing to develop classic computing while we are also developing quantum, and then use the technology that's best for the specific problem that you're looking at. So I'm finishing off there. I just want to mention, if you want to learn a little bit more about how to use quantum in mobile networks, there's a super interesting article in the Ericson Technology Review. Please read that. Otherwise, the summary is very much, we believe in hybrid computing. We believe in quantum computing as a in-network coprocessor. When it comes to 6G networks, the standardization is starting just in a few months. So we don't believe that we will have quantum computing in the first release of 6G, but there might well be quantum in the next coming releases of 6G during the next 10-year period. Thank you so much for your time, and hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts on navigating the quantum frontier, Ericson's vision and insights. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Shri Kamal Kumar Agrawal ji, Deputy Director General, Quantum Technology, TEC, DOT. Shri Kamal Kumar Agrawal ji is currently leads the Quantum Technology Division at the Telecom Engineering Center, New Delhi, focusing on standard testing and certification in quantum communications. He has 27 years of experience in various units of the Department of Telecom, also active contributor to the ITUT on quantum topics. He is also an expert in cybersecurity, having managed the Telecom Security Operations Center and projects like centralized monitoring system and internet monitoring system to safeguard India's cyberspace. He served as Chief Information Security Officer at the Election Commission of India and played a key role in establishing and operating BSNL billing data center in Kolkata for over a decade. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction, ma'am. Today I will talk about the 361-degree perspective on quantum communication. And TEC is the Telecommunication Engineering Center's role in standardization, testing, and certification. So before talking to the quantum communication, it would not be right if I have to cover quantum computing as well. So few slides are on quantum computing, And after that, I will talk more about the quantum communication. I need just 15 to 20 minutes. Please pay attention. All the basics of quantum will be cleared. I will try to give you complete basics about the quantum computing, and then I will take you to the quantum communication. So, quantum revolution era 1.0. In this quantum revolution era 1.0, what we have in the nature that we have studied using the quantum mechanics. And we studied about periodic table, but we could not design an atom. So this was the era. We study about the metals, how it behaves. We study about the semiconductors, how it behaved. But we could not much change the behavior of the metal and semiconductors. So that was the era, 1.0. So it is over now. Now we are in era 2.0. In era 2.0, we are trying to use this knowledge as a technology. We are trying to do engineering. So now we are talking about quantum engineering, quantum technology. So this year we are celebrating quantum year because era 1.0 is over and it's the beginning of era 2.0. So the purpose of this year 2025 is to promote global collaboration and address critical challenge in science and technology. UN has declared to celebrate this year as 2025, the International Year for Quantum Science and Technology. So this is the principles of quantum mechanics we have studied in our BTech time, even in our class 10, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. So the era started from there. In 1927, we know Heisenberg's uncertainty principles. It talks about that both position and speed cannot be determined simultaneously accurately. So everything started from there. Then comes the de Broglie wave-particle duality. Before that, we all know light is having dual nature. Light is wave as well as particle. So when light generates, it's a particle. When it travels, it's a wave. When it terminates, it's a particle. So then de Broglie comes. He said, okay, matter also behave in that same way. Matter means all electrons or atomic particles. So now we are in quantum world. In quantum world, we are talking from deterministic to probabilistic world. So today we are in deterministic world. We have bits which is either 0 or 1. It cannot have more anything in between 0 and 1. But in qubit can have anything between 0 and 1 as a value. So if anything is having two values, we can write it's a linear linear equation. I've written alpha cat 0 plus beta cat 1. If you see the right side, so this is the representation of qubit because it can have anything. It can be 0, it can be 1. So what is the probability of 0? It's alpha square. What is the probability of cat 1? It's a beta square. So now, if suppose we have 3 bits today, if I have 3 bits, I can represent what? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1. So like that we can represent 8 states. So to represent all the 8 states together, I need 24 bits. But in quantum world, we need just 3 qubits. I'm just giving a small idea so that I can build up the things. So like in the universe, known universe, we have 10 to the power 80 atoms. And to represent all the atoms, how many qubits required, you know? Only 300. Not more than that. So quantum superposition, our MOC sir, Honorable MOC sir has explained very nicely. So when we toss a coin and when it is in rotating state, it's difficult to say it's whether head or tail. It can be anything. But when it is stationary, it will be either head or tail. So this superposition principle helps in parallel processing. Why it is important actually? So this is useful for artificial intelligence, for machine learning, for training deep learning models. Quantum entanglement, also sir has said in the morning that it is not two particles are entangled, means it does not reveal the state of other particle, but it also change the state as well. So if you see the right hand side, I have just given a computing how this entanglement is generated. You see Hadamard gate is there, H it's written. Just below that C naught gate is there. I have given input 0, 0, and I am getting output 1 upon root 2 cat 0, 0 plus cat 1, 1. So that says that if one particle is 0 state, other particle will also be at 0 state. If one particle is a 1 state, it will be in 1 state only. Or you can say one more example, pair of shoe. We have a pair of shoe. I pegged both the shoe in different boxes, and I send one box to some other place. If I have box, I open my box here. If I am having left shoe of left pair, a left leg, so in the other box it will be of the right leg. So next is the quantum teleportation. So this is a technique. If two particles are entangled to each other, then how we are transferring the quantum states. So this is the quantum teleportation. In this quantum teleportation, we are using the classical channels to transmit the informations. And at the other end, we are reconstructing the qubit information. This is the quantum teleportation circuit, actually. So first 3 rows, if you see, these are the last 2 is the classical channels, and first 3 is the quantum channels. So in the quantum channels, Alice will try to send the information Q3 bit, and Bob is there at the 3rd row. So this information will be shared through the classical channel. It may be OFC, optical fiber. And at the other end, Bob end, it will be reconstructed. So just I'm trying to give you basic idea. After that, I will talk more about the communication part. So logical versus physical qubits. Since morning, speaker has told about the logical qubits. So this is the desirable qubits. So good quality qubits is required actually. Physical qubits are noisy qubits. So error corrections is required to make it logical qubit. So another term I will use in my subsequent slide is the coherence time. Coherence time is the lifespan of the logical qubit. So in the morning also, our speaker said we are in the noisy intermediate scale quantum era. And we have to move to the fault tolerant quantum computing era. So now I will come to some myth versus reality. People are saying quantum computers are going to replace classical computers. So both will coexist. No one kill each other. Quantum computers can solve problems which are impossible for classical computers. This is also a myth. Quantum computers can solve certain problems efficiently. One can use quantum parallelism to do parallel computing. It's correct. Quantum parallelism is possible. But at the end, we will see one result only. One can't create multiple copies of the qubits as per the no cloning theorem. So if unknown qubit is there, we cannot clone. But if known qubit is there, we can have multiple copies. But what is the utility if you know the qubit? So coming to the different ways to generate qubits, these are the different ways. Superconducting qubits, we are talking more about this. Trapped ion qubits, photonic qubits, nitrogen vacancy center qubits, topological qubits, quantum dot qubit, neutral atom qubits. So many companies are working on different technology. Which technology will win? Nobody knows. It depends. Sir, I'm covering that part also. So still I am talking about the computing part. I have not come to my actual presentation. So that's why I'm rushing. So I'm trying to give you holistic view how these are working actually. So these are superconducting qubits. So company like IBM, Google, they are working on in this area. Recently, QPi AI in Bangalore, they launched 25 qubit quantum computers. So here coherence time is microsecond to milliseconds. And see the temperature requirement. It's a few millikelvin. Trapped ion qubits, here company like Quantum is working in this area. So then photonic qubits, photons is, you can say, it's a natural choice for the communication. We worked in photons, we worked in the fibers. So photon can be transmitted over long distance without decoher. Quantum USA is working in this area. Another is the nitrogen vacancy centers. So here, one of the carbon atoms from the diamond is replaced by the nitrogen atoms and creating a vacancy over there. So this is also very good for quantum sensing, quantum computing, and nanoscale measurement. Topological qubit, recently Microsoft has launched this chip, Majorana-based superconducting nanowire device. So this is having a coherence time very high. This is the plus point with this topological qubit. Then another is the quantum dots qubit. It is an artificial atoms, what I was talking about. Like now we are trying to generate or have artificial atoms. Neutral atoms or cold atoms. So at the 0 degree Kelvin, why I miss it? So coming to exchange of information between two dissimilar type of qubit-based quantum computers. So as Professor Anil Prabhakar sir said, if we have two qubits-based system, one superconducting qubit-based computer, another is a trapped ion-based computers, how this will talk? So we need optical transducers. So using the optical transducers, the superconducting qubits will convert it to photons. Optical transducer at the superconducting qubit computer side will convert superconducting qubit to photons, and at the other end, photons will be converted back to the trapped ion. So now coming to quantum algorithms. So like classical algorithm, quantum algorithms will be run on the quantum computers. We know source algorithms, Grover search algorithms. So these are the few famous quantum algorithms. So this quantum algorithm uses the quantum parallelism and entanglement to do a lot of tasks which are difficult for the classical algorithms. So what is quantum parallelism? Quantum parallelism allows a function fx to be evaluated for various value of x. Say one function is given, say x square plus 3x plus 1 equal to 0. If I am giving different value of x, so every time for classical algorithm, they have to run programs. But if I want to have multiple value of x, so quantum computers will give the result immediately in one shot. So we have so many quantum products. We have magnetometers which detects weak magnetic field. So these magnetometers are used to have to find out these minerals, to find out the defects in the semiconductor fabrications. We have SQUID. It's a superconducting quantum interference devices. These are used for imaging of the brain, imaging of the heart. We have another atomic clocks. This will give the precise timing. Due to this atomic clock is the first product where quantum mechanics was used. Then another is the OPM MEG, optically pumped magnetometer. So here tiny magnetic field generated by the brain is measured. It's a non-invasive method. without injecting anything in the body, we can measure the brain activity. Probable use cases of quantum computing to solve complex problems. So here, already we have discussed much about this, what are the use cases of quantum computing. Coming to the harvest now, decrypt later. We all know about the harvest now, decrypt later. But is there any solution is there? Yes, we have a solution. So we can encrypt our critical data right now at the physical layer. So this is demonstrated in the CDOT stall outside. So they are talking about the optical encryptors. Coming to the threats by the quantum computers. So today morning, we are talking about the double-edged sword. So everybody is worried about this, when quantum computers will be available and source algorithm is already there, then RSA encryption will be broken. So why we are so much worried? What is RSA algorithms? If you see prime factors, a number is given 77. We all know prime factor is 7 and 11. So it's not very tough. But if this number is a 2000 digit length long, then classical computer will take years together to find out the prime numbers. But quantum computers will do it immediately in hardly minutes. So I will just cover in one line. Prime factor is what? It's the greatest common divisor bit of z plus 1 and n. N is the number. And another prime factor is the greatest common divisor of z minus 1 and n. So here n is say 77. What about the z? Z is the solution of z square equal to 1 equation. This is very simple. Z square equal to 1 is a very simple equation, but it should be non-trivial. This is the catch. This is the hardest problem. So now, actual topic I am starting from now here. So quantum communication. So today, we know both classical and quantum computer will coexist. This is very clear to us. So whatever our classical communication data is there, how it will be quantum secure? For that, we are having QKD solutions, quantum key distribution solutions, or PQC solutions. So I will talk about the QKD first and then PQC. So in QKD, we have two types of QKD systems, continuous variable QKD and discrete variable QKD. Continuous variable QKD, so it's similar to the present optical communication, what we have right now. So it is having some limitations because of the high SNR value, signal to noise ratio. So we will talk about the discrete variable QKD. In discrete variable QKD, all of us know about the transmission of photon one by one, and information is encoded by changing polarization of the photons. So today we know that discrete variable QKD based on the optical fiber is demonstrated up to 800 kilometers and free space up to few hundred meters, and satellite based we have covered around 2000. By Chinese Messias satellite, it was demonstrated up to 2000 kilometers. So there are different type of protocols used in the QKD, BB84 protocols, coherent one-way protocols, differential phase shift protocols, and measurement device independent protocol. And twin field protocol, yes, in the morning Toshiba has explained about this. So what is the requirement for the QKD? We need a source, we need optical fibers, we need a detector. Very simple. But source is a single photon source. This is the catch. Fiber, we need very good fiber, with very low loss. And preferably, loss would be less than 0.2 dB per kilometer. And detector. A detector should be as good as like SNSPD, superconducting nanowire single photon detectors. And for the network, what we need? Repeaters. That we can say quantum repeaters. But quantum repeaters right now it's not available. So we have to wait for the quantum memories. the day quantum memory will come, then quantum repeaters will be there. So, a typical setup of QKD, and this already it is under demonstration in C dot stall. So where there are two Alice and Bob. So this I think quantum communication started with Alice and Bob, sir. Not Akbar Birbal. So everywhere in the literature we are getting Alice and Bob, Alice and Bob. So whatever we have to communicate, this will be encrypted using the key generated by the QKD systems. And at the other side, at the Bob end, this encrypted data will be decrypted using the same key. It's a symmetric key decryption mechanism. So what is the catch here? Generation of key. Otherwise, everything is same. Today also we are encrypting, decrypting. So generation of key, that we are doing using the QKD principles. So here we are using quantum channels. So recently CDOT has, in the last week, they said quantum channels and classical channels, they have passing through a single fiber. So man in the middle attack, actually, we are talking about the EAPs since morning. Like, this is not secure, right, sir? Do agree, it's not secure. But based on the principles of quantum physics, it seems secure. Security of QKD is based on the laws of quantum physics rather than based on the mathematical problems. So if E is intercepting the photons, then as per the no cloning theorem, photons should collapse. Then immediately Bob will know, here nothing is coming, so something is fishy. Then Eve is very clever. He will prepare another photon and send it to the Bob. Bob will not be able to distinguish whether Alice has sent or Eve has sent. So this is the man in the middle attack. But because of this activity, error will increase. And the moment error increase during the reconciliation process, it will be identified that our channel is compromised. So here I will try to show like how BB84 protocol works. So in this BB84 protocol, say Alice is having a QRNG, quantum random number generators. Using that, he's generated 20 bits, say. And this 20 bits over the quantum channel is sent to the Bob. So say 20 bits, time slot 1 to 20. So they are sending it to Bob. Bob, in return, what he will confirm, at which time slot, what he has received. So he will say only time slot. He will not say what he has received. He will simply say, I received the bit on the time slot say 1, time slot say 3, time slot say 5, like that. So now Alice knows at this time slot what he has sent. So there will be a reconciliation. So what Alice will do, he will keep all these time slots where Bob has received the bits and discard all other time slots. And using say 12, I have shown in here 12 time slots where both Bob has received the bits. So after that, from the 12 bits, he will use few of the bits or few of the time slots to generate a key and send it to the Bob. And this rest of the bits that will be used for the, he will send few of the bits to the Bob. Bob will reconcile and say it's okay, fine. Our error rate is within the permissible range. Then he will again discard these bits and use the rest of the bits for the key. So say if out of 12, 5 bits was used for the reconciliation process, so he will not use these 5 bits for the key. He will use other 7 key bits. So In quantum key distributions, our TEC division has done the standardization. So we have released the standards for generic requirements on QKD. We have released the test guides for the QKD systems. We have given technology approval for the QKD systems based on the COW protocols and DPS protocols. And QKD system was deployed between our NIC Shastri Park and Sanchar Bhawan using the CDOT systems. Measurement device independent QKD, this is live in CDOT stall. So already Professor Prabhakar has explained this MDI QKD. So basically, what is the weak point? In our system, we have a source, we have optical fiber, we have detectors. So weak point is detector, because detector is not able to detect whether photon has come from the Eve or it has come from the source, Alice. So this is the vulnerable. So today we have detector blinding attacks. If suppose somebody is putting a bright light to the detector, so detector will be blind. After that, control can be taken over by the Eve. Another is the time shifting attack. In time shifting attack, we shift the pulse timing in such a way so that we can manipulate the key. We can understand what key is coming. Quantum random number generators. So today this standard is released on the quantum random number generators. So this is very much required for the quantum for the cryptographic applications, and it has many applications. Like in casino, we are using random numbers. So any cryptographic system requires good quality random numbers. What actually is this? So what we would like to say, we should not be able to predict. If suppose we should not be able to predict what will be the next outcome. Or by seeing the current outcome, we should not be able to predict what was the last outcome. So this is the randomness. It should be unpredictable. So in QRNG, we have a quantum source and we have a detection. Coming to quantum internet. So quantum internet, it is not a replacement for the current internet, but rather a complementary technology. So it needs quantum repeaters, and quantum repeaters is not available. It depends upon the quantum memories to be there. So coming to the PQC. So as we all know, we don't know when quantum computers will be available in the network. So we should be having safeguard systems. So PQC is the solution. So all the company, all the organization, they should adopt some PQC algorithms to safeguard their data. So what is PQC? PQC is here we are generating key using the hard mathematical problems. In QKD, we were generating key using the photons. Here, we are generating key using the mathematical problems. In Kirchhoff's law, if you see a fundamental principle of cryptography, it says that a crypto system security should be based on the secrecy of the key and not on the secrecy of algorithms. This is the fundamental principle. Secrecy of key is very important, not secrecy of algorithms. So based on this principle, I believe NIST has announced 3 algorithms, FIPS 203, 204, 205. So one is the Crystal Kyber. Earlier it's an old name. Now it is renamed as FIPS 203. So on 13th August 2024, NIST USA has announced these 3 algorithms. So one is the module lattice based key encapsulation mechanism, FIPS 203. I will talk about this FIPS 203 in my subsequent slides. Then FIPS 204, it is used for the digital signature. FIPS 205, it is used also in the digital signature, but it is stateless, hash-based. Yeah, 206 is not announced yet. What are the different type of PQC? So we all know about the lattice-based cryptography. Another is the code-based cryptography, multivariate cryptography, hash-based cryptography. So lattice-based cryptography is one of the most secure PQC encryption methods. Another is the code-based. So we are using error-correcting codes to generate cryptography. Multivariate cryptography is the quickest method, but it is not very secure. It's the least secure. Another is the hash-based cryptography. We use hash functions to create digital signatures. So what is lattice-based cryptography? In lattice-based cryptography, we are using lattices. Lattices are grids of points in multidimensional spaces. So if you see in the right side, there are good bases and bad bases. So lattice is described by a pair of basis vectors. Bad basis is the vectors which are in parallel, and good basis are vectors in orthogonal. So it is difficult to solve closest vector problem using the bad basis. It is even more difficult in multidimensional lattices. So in PQC, MLKEM, what I was talking about, KEM is a key encapsulation mechanism. So learning with errors in key encapsulation mechanism, what is happening? This receiver is generating the key, public key and private key. And using the public key, sender is running the encapsulation mechanism, encapsulation algorithms, and he generates a secret key, that is a K. And he generates a cipher text for the key. And this cipher text comes to the decapsulation, to the receiver. Receiver runs the decapsulation mechanism. So after running this decapsulation, he will also get the same key, K. So in this way, both are having the same key. So coming to the PQC, so we have released standards for PQC, and we did POC for the quantum secure video phone designed by the CDOT. So coming to the PQC, why migration to PQC is important? So we know one Mosca theorem is there. According to that, if value of x plus y is more than z, then organizations are at risk. So x is the how long data need to be secure, say some years. And then y is the how much time is required to migrate the data. So if sum of these two is more than the developing a large scale quantum computers, then organizations are at risk and they should migrate to the PQC. So migration to PQC, it is advised that hybrid encryption should be followed. So using the hybrid encryptions, at least backward compatibility will be there. So today we have classical algorithms. So if we add quantum algorithm as well, and using a key derivation functions, we will derive the key. So at least if my quantum safe algorithm is compromised, or say some bug is there, then we can ensure that classical security of the classical algorithm will be there. In the similar way, hybrid signature scheme is there. In hybrid signature schemes, message is encrypted using the quantum safe algorithms, and output of that is again encrypted using the classical algorithms. Now coming to the quantum secure 5G core using the PQC. So in this 5G core, I have shown different subsystems of the 5G cores. So this interfaces today is secured using the classical cryptography, say like IPsec, TLS, ECC, AES 128 we are using. So tomorrow what we are planning that one more layer of security of the PQC will be there. So whatever IPsec is there, it will be PQC, post-quantum secure IPsec will be there, or PQC, TLS will be there. Wherever AES 128 is there, it is recommended to move to AES 256. Or for key agreement, we can move to the MLKEM. We have a national working group on quantum technology. So this national working group on quantum technology, this year we have reconstituted. We have 122 members comprising of academia, institutes, research institutes, industry, startups. So the group activity discussed in detail about the contribution to be submitted in the ITUT. So we are getting questions in study group 11, 13 and 17 on quantum technology, and we hold frequent meetings with the NWG members, and they also help us in preparing standards, test guides, technical reports. So I would like to extend my thanks to all the NWG QT members for giving support. So far we have contributed in ITUT in the year 2025. In study group 11, we have contributed 5 contributions and 3 were accepted. Under study group 13, 9 contributions were submitted and 6 were accepted. And in study group 17, we have submitted 7 and 5 were accepted. Not only that, in WTSA 2024, this one action item was approved in the WTSA 2024, that is promoting implementation of and migration to PQC. So this is the one, just last slide. This is all about the AI versus quantum. Who will win, we don't know. So different versions are there. I have just noted. Google is saying AI systems for quantum error suppression and scaling quantum computing. So Google says ki AI systems for quantum error suppression. Okay. IBM says focus on leveraging quantum algorithms to accelerate AI tasks. In other way around. Microsoft enables AI and quantum hybrid solutions, focusing on optimization and advanced AI applications. NVIDIA supports the development of AI models inspired by quantum algorithms. So these are different ways. Somebody use AI to help quantum, somebody using quantum to help AI. So this is my last slide. Challenge and limitation in adoption of technology. We have few challenges. First challenge is difficulty in building scalable quantum computers. Second is a lack of mature quantum algorithms, lack of structured data to train our quantum algorithms, and decoherence of qubit, quantum memory, quantum repeaters. These are the challenges at present. Thank you. I hope.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your perspective on quantum communication and its role in standardization, testing, and certification. And now, to take the session ahead, I would like to warmly invite Shri Dilip Singh Ji, CTO QNU Labs. Shri Dilip Singh Ji is the Chief Product and Technology Officer in QNU Labs. He is a pioneer in innovating, developing, and commercializing quantum communication products. He has over 30 years of experience in the digital product engineering space across telecom, media platform, industrial IoT, datacom, and defense electronics. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I think it was a good refresher for all of us. I think, and this will make my life easy. So, good afternoon, everyone. And I see Professor Venkat sir also. Hi, sir. Venkataji, hello. See, I come from the industry, from Quinu Labs, and we have been working in this space for around 8.5 years now. And I will try to make it less technical because I think we already went through the technology multiple times. So what I am trying to go and focus on is what are the key problems, right, in a nutshell, what are the solutions available, and how do we deploy an intelligent solution, right, which basically meets the requirement, is cost effective, is scalable, and so on. So that's a big picture thing I will try to cover. Okay, so if we look at from a IT security perspective, right, most of the CISOs or people who are trying to, let's say, do IT security, what do people do? They actually try to ensure that no unauthorized software or person is able to enter the network or is able to access the application. So you see malwares, you see viruses, you see phishing emails and all sorts of things, right? And 90% plus of the bandwidth for the IT department is actually focusing to ensure that this doesn't happen. All along, people have been using encryption. So people have been using, let's say, VPN solutions or IPsec based solutions, doing backups for their data, and everywhere it was assumed that it is safe. Now what is happening is that that is where two actors are working, let's say, for the last few years. One is AI. So typically we all talk about quantum computers, but we basically forget AI, which is actually the biggest problem today for secure communications. So what is happening is that I think, as sir also told, that when we talk about crypto algorithms, right, crypto algorithms have two facets. One is the hardness of the algorithm, and the second one is the randomness which goes to the algorithm. So if, let's say, I can't break the hardness, I try to say, okay, can I break the randomness itself? So AI actually is trying to do that. Even with classical computers, in certain cases, AI has been able to predict the poor randomness used by, let's say, the algorithms today and has broken them. So forget about the future. Forget about that quantum computers will come 2030 or 2040. Today, AI is already creating havoc. So this is one actor. The second one we all know is quantum computers, wherein it will break the hardness itself of the problem. So these are the two actors. And now I think, as sir also said, AI people are now trying to migrate the logic to quantum computers so that they can actually even try to do faster breaking even with unstable quantum computers. So that's the threat. So two threats. One, the randomness itself. The second one is the hardness of the algorithm. So now trying to decode it further, right? I think I'll just read it out. So if you say, okay, this is a high level, right? It will break, but what will break? What exactly is going to break, right? So what do we do today? Let's say there are two software endpoints and they have to communicate. What do? They first authenticate themselves, right? That yes, I am this, I am so and so. For example, let's say you are using a banking application, right? You log into a bank. So what does the application do? It will validate that, let's say if it is ICICI Bank, that you have reached the correct ICICI Bank server, right? What happens if, let's say, somebody else is able to impersonate as ICICI? So that's the first threat, that the authentication itself is broken. Authentication happens using X.509 certificates, which is based on RSA. RSA's algorithm is broken. Or if the randomness can be predicted, again it can be broken. So it basically means using the public certificate or the communication, I can actually break authentication and then I can start impersonating. So that will create an havoc. That's the first thing which happens. The second thing is that, of course, which everybody talks about is, let's say, when you're actually trying to exchange keys to actually do symmetric encryption, and if the keys are found, it can be broken. There again the same thing, you break the hardness of the algorithm or you break the randomness, both will create problems. The third thing is that we talk about, let's say, the integrity of data. So for example, let's say there is an examination paper, right? And this is distributed, let's say, to hundreds and thousands of centers. How do you know that there is no modification done to the paper? So typically what we do is that we sign the document. We sign the document. Again, how do we sign currently? We sign using RSA, right? So as we know, RSA is a problem, so the data integrity in lots of documents is at risk. So that's the third risk area. The fourth one is that typically when we do, let's say, data backup, or we try to, let's say, use a key to encrypt a database, or let's say when we try to take a key and put it into a laptop and so when we use fixed keys, right, to encrypt something, if that is not of good quality, of that can be predicted, then again that can be broken. So eventually, if you look at it from an enterprise perspective, the enterprise or government's internal communication is at risk, right? So if you are doing interlocation communication or you're trying to access remotely, that is at risk. If, let's say, you have storage, for example, you have stored files, then the storage itself is at risk of getting encrypted. Also, the integrity of that data is at risk. If you are actually having customer applications, let's say there is a bank, right? And bank is allowing customers to interact and get access to the service, then that is at risk. And any other application also. So eventually the entire data ecosystem of enterprise, of government, of critical infrastructure is at risk from two critical actors. One is the quantum computers, which will come, let's say, some time frame, but the other one is already there, which is AI. So if we look at it, then people say, what are the options you have, right? So you say, let's say you have classical algorithm. We use, somebody will say, I use AES. What does AES mean, right? So they say, okay, AES 64, 128, 256, all what, right? And then somebody says, I am using a TRNG or a PRNG. So eventually there are three core components in the classical system. One is the asymmetric algorithm, which we talk about RSA and Diffie element and equivalent. The second one is symmetric. You use 64, 128 or 256 bits. And the third thing is the randomness, which typically gets used. So today, invariably, we use systems randomness, which is actually a pseudo-randomness generator. Now, if you look at it, RSA is broken. Diffie element, all of the same class, they are broken. AES, if you are using 64-bit or 128-bit, that is unsafe. AES 256 is safe. But AES 256 becomes unsafe because the RSA is broken or because the PRNG can be predicted. So what are the options? The people say, okay, use QKD, right? Then scientists will say QKD, there is no real QKD. It will come, let's say, in 2028 when the entanglement source is of the best quality, right? And somebody will say, okay, you use QRNG for randomness. But then, is the QRNG really quantum? Somebody will say, okay, this is not quantum because it's qubits use here, right? And there is a debate around that, right? Then somebody says, okay, use post-quantum cryptography. Then other people will say, okay, post-quantum cryptography is not, let's say, validated in the actual field because it's all theory, right? It's all theory that even if it is like this, but what happens if tomorrow quantum computers appear, right? So how do we solve this, right? So see, the solution is simple. Any problem statement. So for example, let's say I am a remote user. Suppose I am a remote user. I basically access a data center. Now, when I access a data center, there is a firewall, there is, let's say, a VPN. Probably today we have zero trust based VPN. So that will allow me to access a specific data segment, right? So it means when I am accessing, I'm actually accessing a specific data segment. For that, do I need a QKD? No, I don't need a QKD, right? Do I need a QRNG? Probably, but not essentially. But am I safe with, let's say, a simple post-quantum cryptography today? Yes, because in 1 minute I can actually upgrade the app tomorrow if there is a known vulnerability and then take care of it. So, but then let's say if you have a data center and the data center actually is having a DR, and you're actually replicating the entire data there, right? Do you want for the best QKD to come? No. Probably you should use a QKD because it's costly, but because your entire data is there, so it doesn't make sense to basically not spend money, because if it lost, everything is lost. So then somebody says, why PQC? You use classical plus PQC. So those are the permutations and combinations that are there. So 3 core permutations combinations. One, use classical and PQC together, and you basically leverage the stability of classical so that, but then patch it up with PQC so that in case, let's say the quantum computers are not there and you went to PQC fully, but even a classical computer is able to break it, right? Because it's not proven. So that is why to start with, we recommend that you actually go for a hybrid, which is classical plus post-quantum cryptography at one level. Then the second thing which we always, at least from our side, I always recommend is that the easiest way of actually becoming more safe is to basically replace the PRNG. So we have seen lots of moles in laptops and devices where basically the randomness can be predicted by some state actors and your data is actually stolen. So the suggestion here is that now this is a different type of hybrid. It's not just an algorithm hybrid, it is basically a hybrid of the algorithm and a quantum device. So you try to replace PRNG with algorithms. The third plane, right? The third plane is where we talk about QKDs, right? So what do you do? Because we say, sir also told that QKD, there is a distance limitation, and then how do you do 2000 kilometers? How do you cover worldwide and all of that, right? So what is the most pragmatic solution today? See, because we can't wait for the best QKD to come, right? So what's the most pragmatic solution? You basically integrate the metro area network QKD and connect different metros, not by using a terrestrial QKD or a physical QKD, but using a digital QKD, which would basically be, let's say, PQC plus classical plus QRNG and some more. So what happens? You become safe today. Tomorrow, let's say you have a different, better algorithm on digital QKD, you do that. Day after tomorrow, let's say you have a satellite QKD, you simply replace that with the satellite QKD stuff. So from an industry perspective, that's what we say, that see, it's like this, that you have a lock, the lock is already broken. Now, would you wait for the best lock to come? No, you won't, right? You would get a lock which is today the best available. So because we all agree that the problem is there, then let's say, okay, let's start with a hybrid approach. You take classical plus PQC, you take classical, upgrade with core QRNG, so you have more time, or you basically go for different concepts. So in a real scenario, I'll just skip this one. So this is what we are doing for the National Quantum Mission, and this is what we also recommend. So what we have done is, we basically have combined a terrestrial physical QKD, which of course we have the world's best QKD systems, which basically has commercial QKD system for 200 kilometers. We have point to multi-point trusted node and all of them put together. And we said, okay, let us combine terrestrial QKD with digital QKD wherever the nodes are, let's say, far off, or it is not possible to deploy a terrestrial QKD. And then there are locations, if you go on the right-hand side, for example, we have a 5-kilometer free space, again, best in the country. And in case you enter into a zone where basically you cannot put a fiber or it's a mountain or something, you use free space QKD. So using a combination of terrestrial physical QKD, which we say a terrestrial QKD, a digital QKD, and free space QKD, and managing all of them centrally, right? You can actually deploy a viable network today. So let us say we have somebody who says, I want the cheapest solution. Then you use only digital QKD. Forget about everything else. It's the cheapest one. So today, with this combination, actually we can give you a cheapest solution to the best-in-class solution based on what is more critical for you. If let's say you want to just go for digital QKD, which is more algorithm-driven, the cost is less, and you upgrade the current network, let's say by spending very less delta amount, then that is possible. Or you say, okay, no, this links I will do with digital QKD, but these I will actually do using the currently available terrestrial QKDs, and then that also is possible, and so on. So this is a good way to create an international quantum secure backbone communication, which basically can be done today based on today's technology, and then allows you the flexibility to basically do it, keep upgrading certain portions as we move forward. Then if you look at, let's say from an IT perspective, from an organization's perspective, right? What do organizations have in general, right? So they would typically have, let's say, multiple locations. So they have to talk amongst multiple locations. Then they have people actually who will try to access their data center from within the location or outside the location. You may have, let's say in certain cases, a cloud stuff as well. So people have hybrid, they have their own data center, and they also have, let's say, their cloud VPC. In certain cases, let's say if it is a large organization, so for example, NIC or maybe Power Grid or somebody, they have their vendor ecosystems. They also have the vendors actually interacting with them and accessing their network in some way, and so on. Now, if you look at it today, rather than say, okay, everywhere I am going to deploy the same technology, I'll actually pick and choose. I can in fact pick and choose. So as I was saying earlier, if let's say it is a data center to DR communication, use QKD. Who stops you from doing that? In case you can't use QKD, use digital QKD. How does it help? In fact, the existing network itself can be upgraded. So if you look at most of the networks today, right, whether it's an optical network or an MPLS network, they have the capability to take symmetry keys externally. So rather than doing any change in the network equipment, we can just add a patch on the, let's say a small device or a VM equivalent, and basically upgrade the entire current network itself to quantum secure network. So in that scenarios, use for, let's say, MPLS links that you have, you use digital QKD, which is just a patch on. In case it's a remote access, it's a software upgrade. You can just switch to PQC and do that. In case, let's say it's a partner access, you can't basically change their software. So you give a small encryptor, which is PQC based. We have one, I think we also saw CDOT actually showing one there. So you do that. So using a combination of PQC in physical encryptors, using a combination of classical plus PQC software encryption, using a combination of QKD or digital QKD, and putting and selecting the relevant one in their own network, right? Today, we have the capability to actually completely do a quantum secure enterprise solution. So rather than saying, I'll do everywhere the same thing, this is what we suggest. So I think for that, I think as we, then looking at the use cases, right? We keep hearing about drones and IoT so much, right? We keep hearing about it and saying it's a very, very interesting thing, because also we have this Pakistan stuff going on. So what do you do with drones, right? It's the same thing. In fact, drones, there are two portions. Authenticate that whether it's your drone or somebody else's drone. That's one thing. The second thing is, how do you ensure that when you're giving a command to the drone or when you're collecting data from the drone, that's safe? So you do again the same thing. You basically go for this MLDSA, which is FIPS 204 for authentication. Use MLChem, which is FIPS 203 for secure communication. And you put a small QRNG chip inside the drone. So basically, rather than looking for doing the PRNG, put an algorithm, put a small chip, and that's it. The drone communication is secure today. Tomorrow, let's say 1 year down the line, there is a bug found in PQC, we'll just upgrade it. So if you look at it, using these hybrid concepts, right, where you say you pick and choose depending on the threat analysis, depending on how much you want to spend because your threat is corresponding, and choosing the best available technology today, we can actually have a quantum secure world. So at QNU, basically, we have a platform for this, where basically this is the world's only platform which basically takes care of the complete transition from a classical security to quantum security. We abstract the entire hardware, and then have they give the capability to either operate at the hardware level or at a service level and so on. So I think this was my last slide. I'll end it here. Happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you so much, Shri Dilip Singh ji, for sharing your valuable thoughts on quantum communication. And now I would like to invite Dr. Vipin Rathi from Delhi University to share his views with us. Dr. Vipin Rathi is an assistant professor at the University of Delhi, specializing in 5G, 6G, cryptography, blockchain, and distributed computing. He serves as the chairperson of the Hyperledger Telecom Special Interest Group and is a board member at the Open Infra Foundation Asia. Additionally, he is the vice president of the emerging Open Tech Foundation. He actively organizes various technology communities, including Stack India, Magma India, NG Core, CNCF, Open Edge Computing, and Hyperledger. Furthermore, he advises various startups and enterprises on next generation technologies. Over to you, sir.
It's not moving. Okay, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I want to start with the idea of this talk, right? So I want to give you the roadmap of migration steps of your classical 5G core or beyond 5G core to the post-quantum 5G core. Using post-quantum cryptography, if you ask me what is quantum in post-quantum graphy, so there's no quantum in post-quantum cryptography. Idea is to save how we can save from these quantum attacks using PQC. This is the outline of my talk. I will start from right to left, starting with core, 5G, 6G cores. And in the RAN stack, I want to start with the ORAN specifically, where distributed unit and control unit. And then the whole architecture of PQC, right? First of all, this PQC is a standard, right? From, let's say, from NIST or some standard from ITSI. And there is an open reference implementations also available open source. So I want to show you the whole architecture of PQC so that we can understand PQC instead of saying it's PQC, right? So with this, I want to start with the classical core security architecture. So in the classical 5G core, we have this main interface which is called SPI. And in this architecture, you can see there's a classical algorithm used, for example, mutual TLS, elliptic curves, IPsec, AES 128 or 2.0, DTLS, IPsec. This is the main crypto suite available in any 5G core or beyond 5G core cores available in the market. Let's say classical RAN, if I see ORAN specific, so there are multiple ecosystem in this diagram. You can see there's a real-time rake, non-real-time rake, SMO, a lot of things in the case of RAN, right? But the idea of this talk is to give you the roadmap of transition from classical, all these interfaces to the post-quantum interfaces. So all the interfaces you can see either they are using IPsec, and these are like 3GPP standards or ORAN standards. So ORAN is alliance for this architecture. And you can see all the interfaces using either IPsec, DTLS, and this is IPsec is a concept used in everywhere. Like for example, VPN IPsec is used, right? So the idea remains same. And for the TLS specifically, we are using MTLS in our lab. So MTLS is for the zero trust architecture and how we can convert this MTLS to the post-quantum MTLS as well. So first of all, before I start PQC, we should understand what's going on inside this. So we have a lot of standard bodies in this space, NIST, ITSI, or even a post-quantum telecom network. And for the protocols, it's ITF standards based on various RFCs for hybrid and post-quantum algorithms. Either it's MLChem, MLDSA, or PQ, DTLS. or PQIPsec. And ORAN interfaces is where first we need to migrate from classical to the post-quantum. There are standard libraries available. Like if you ask me, like 5 years back, obviously there's only one library, which is LibOQS, right? But then it's moved to Open Quantum Safe, and now it is come under PQCA, which is Post Quantum Cryptographic Alliance, and now it's everything is native. So if you ask me today, this PQC domain is completely changed. So in this month only, OpenSSL 3.5 released, so that means I don't need any specific library or migration plans for PQC. So if you are using OpenSSL, by just upgrading your OpenSSL, you are okay with PQC. So this is not a rocket science needed, right? So first of all, we should understand this is a very simple concept now. Last month, I think Java also integrated this in JDK 24, again native. So all the libraries, if you see, everything is native now. That means if I'm using something for any library, after upgradation of these libraries is enough, right? So there's no migration thing left, right? So this game is completely different now. So, but in the context of telecom, I have to understand this in 5G cores and RAN stack. So this is what we tested in our lab. So there's a lot of permutation combination available in this space. So if you ask me what different PQC libraries available, there are many, right? OpenSSL, LibOQS, PQCP, CUPQC, there are many, right? So just you have to pick one, and based on your use cases, for example, IPsec, you can do this with strong SWAN. And then you have to pick some open source project. For example, Orange Software Community provides this DU, CU kind of things. And any open source core, which is Magma or let's say OAI or any, and then you can test it with the, of course, there's no UEs available with post-quantum 5G capabilities, right? So in that case, you can use simulator for end-to-end test bed of post-quantum core and post-quantum RAN, right? And on the left, you can see there are many standard protocols and many standard bodies already releasing a lot of papers, a lot of research papers on GSMA, PQTN, MITRE and NIST and IETF. So based on these permutation combination, you can migrate very easily. Means it's now everything is available, right? So it's not needed any migration plan. So if you have 5G core in your lab or in your enterprise, you can migrate very easily by just upgrading your libraries. So let's talk about post-quantum core, what we need. So now previously it was MTLS, now we require post-quantum MTLS. The chem part, which is our elliptic core previously, now we have to move it to MLChem, and then IPsec to the post-quantum IPsec. Of course, the ES128 is not migration, it's upgradation to 256, and all the token-based authorization should be post-quantum and IPsec and post-quantum DTLS. And that's it. Means core, let's say take example, if you have 5G core, and if you want to migrate it to the post-quantum 5G core, you have to upgrade all these libraries, and that's it. Means all the SBI interfaces and everything you can migrate by upgrade these algorithms. Of course, if you want to increase your entropy, you can use QRNG, TRNG instead of PRNG, and many other things. So this is what classical core and post-quantum core looks like is, if you can see, you have to change key agreements, you have to change your DTLS to IPsec to the different interfaces and just upgrade. So basic idea will remain same, except these libraries, that's what we have to upgrade. So this is the strategy that you can migrate your core to post-quantum core is, of course, if you want entropy random number, SPI communication from MTLS to post-quantum MTLS, control plane messages for this N2 interface from DTLS IPsec to the post-quantum DTLS with post-quantum capabilities. We are not breaking the 3GPP standards, so if it is IPsec, it will remain IPsec. So many people ask me, so why you are breaking these 3GPP standards? So 3GPP standard will remain as it is, right? We are not changing the we are not changing the IPsec protocol. We are just we are adding some crypto suite in it, right? So it is not breaking 3GPP things, right? So because once you upgrade, you have to follow all these standards. On the UE side, I need there are two approaches we choose. One is hybrid and one is pure post-quantum. One is on hybrid MLChem in this case we are using elliptic core for forward secrecy and the fully post-quantum capabilities as well. But this post-quantum TLS-based SPI communication, you require post-quantum X.509 certificates. So, of course, in 5G core, we use private CAs. So first I have to migrate this private CA to the post-quantum private CA. So, and then this CA will give you the X.509 certificates, and all the JWT tokens should be post-quantum. So all the network functions talk to NRF, right, for all the communication parts. So once you secure this, then you generate this post-quantum X.509 certificates. So this seed will come from QRNG if you need strong seeds for generating these public, private, and all these post-quantum keys. And then you're using, then you can use some Edward 443 dilithium curves, and ultimately CSR will lead to post-quantum for X.509. The idea is same, right? CA. So you have to change in CA. You have to add this QRNG integration capabilities. You have to upgrade your algorithms from classical to post-quantum, and that's it. For the SBI interface, this is where, so let's suppose if you're using TLS, right? So, but TLS is not enough nowadays because of zero trust architecture, right? So for this zero trust architecture, I need mutual TLS. So in this zero trust, no one believe. Like for example, client say, I don't believe server. Server will say, I don't believe in client. So this is zero trust. No one believing no one, right? So this is where MTLS play a very important role. From release 16 onwards, it is recommended. And in upstream, we have to maintain all these things if we want to include these post-quantum capabilities in this TLS certificates. So instead of talking directly to NRF, now there's a component called SCP. It helps in load balancing and other things, again introduced in release 16, and most of the core, if you see in release 18 and on release 16 onwards. So all the operators and all the labs are using this SCP so that we can do load balancing. The CA type I have to change, and a lot of other things in the SBI interface to make it post-quantum capabilities. So this is our lab analysis, that what we did in our lab is after converting this, you can see your SBI analysis can see different crypto suites in which you can see there's a hybrid as well as post-quantum capabilities. And this is zero trust architecture. In SCP, there are multiple models available for this load balancing, model D, model C, and this JWT token should be post-quantum by using SCP. So there are multiple steps you have to follow for migration to the post-quantum capabilities in your core. And next, I will talk about RAN as well. This Suki things is very common because of MC catcher. So everyone is afraid of this term called MC catcher, but that's 4G things. But now it's 5G era, so we have Suki. But let's suppose in quantum era, now again this MC catcher will be now now you have this is like a quantum capabilities. So for this we performed this in our lab, that this Suki things and this concealment should be in two ways, either hybrid or either homogeneous. So we implemented MLChem with in homogeneous approach. In the hybrid, we integrated this in MLChem and with curve 25519, so that is SECP 256.1, so that it become hybrid. And all the Suki end to end, if you see from UE to the UDM, everything should be post-quantum safe. So there are two approaches. So first is homogeneous, and second one is hybrid. So we also added a little bit more profiles. Of course, it's not part of the standards because, so you can tweak standards for sure in 5G core and RAN if you have your private labs. Of course, we can't touch UE, so we are not vendors, right? So I have to go to a vendor, let's say Samsung or let's say someone else to change or add this post-quantum capabilities in the UE itself. Instead of that, what we did is we choose some simulator for the UE only, but we can change RAN and we can change core for sure, and we can add these post-quantum capabilities in both the things. But to test end-to-end, what we did is we tested with the simulator, so for the UE only. Otherwise, everything is, we can migrate from whether it's core or whether it's RAN. So this is SUPI concealment in the hybrid mode. This is very much needed once you need forward secrecy in elliptic curves. So no one wants to migrate directly from classical to the post-quantum era. They need middleware. So this is a hybrid approach where we are using known elliptic curves and integrating it with the MLChem and MLChem, so that it can be on UDM side, it should be encrypted. So these are the two profiles we added. So generally you will see in the standard there are two profiles A, B. So we added CD, which is homogeneous and hybrid, and we are using MLChem and QRNG, and MLChem, ECC and QRNG as well. And profile C, profile D, this is again not in the standard, but we have added so that at least it should push. So we already presented as an ORAN working group 11, and many other platforms where we should integrate this profile C and profile D as well for post-quantum readiness of these core and RAN. So 5G, 6G core with post-quantum cryptography, there are multiple steps needed, post-quantum MTLS and in the hybrid PQChem. In the 6G core also, it is post-quantum TLS and quantum-powered IMSI catchers that we can save from. And I can show you this, that so recently there's a lot of attack on US telecom infrastructure by using this Salt Typhoon. And by upgrading this to the post-quantum solutions, or let's say upgradation to the libraries, because once you use post-quantum word, I don't know, people think that there's a quantum in it. So, but there's no quantum in it, right? We are securing from quantum. So you have to upgrade the libraries. The software is not any hardware involved in this, right? Except QRNG, right? And also that also means you can integrate in the software somehow, right? So that's okay. Unknown EMF injection, you can save quantum in the middle. There are multiple solutions you can solve by upgrading these things, right? Now come to the RAN part, which is critical, because core is okay, but the difficult part is RAN, right? Especially in ORAN. There are many interfaces that needs to be upgraded, whether it's front hole, mid hole, or back hole. On the front hole side, there's a upgradation in the interfaces in the till SMO. So there are A1, O1. There are 10 interfaces that you have to migrate from IPsec to the post-quantum IPsec and DTLS to post-quantum. So all the interfaces you need to upgrade, right? So this is a migration plan. So and multiple bodies involved. For example, 3GPP, because ORAN also part of ORAN Alliance, so they also published some standards on this. So ORAN Working Group 11, you can find all these interfaces, and then what is the migration strategy for moving from TLS to MTLS to the post-quantum TLS as well. And the same way we have in core, in RAN also, we have key agreements, which is elliptic curve, CA, which is PKI, and DRBG, which is random number, AES 128. And for the authentication, this is OR 2.0. So this is like a whole end-to-end solution you have to build. It's not like you can't skip OR 2.0, this just saying this is just JWT tokens, we don't need to upgrade this. So this is like a whole roadmap you have to plan. And also in ORAN also, we have different stages, right? RU, DU, CU, and SMO, and all the interfaces, and where we are using this MTLS 1.3 to the post-quantum TLS 1.3 as well. We have to see how many things is needed in this case. So for example, also on the DTLS side, so there's a DTLS datagram using UDP. We need fast communications, not TCP handshakes, so we use DTLS for this. And on the core side, you can see there's a QRNG and then LibOQS or any other CUPQC. If you need crypto accelerators, then you can use NVIDIA things. Otherwise, it's okay. OQS provider is no more needed because of OpenSSL. In OpenSSL, there's an OQS provider is needed before because of libOQS don't support this kind of certificates. But now OpenSSL 3.5, there's native support is already available, so there's no migration as such needed. For the, let's suppose if IKv2 is also RFC standard, recently released for PPK, which is post-quantum pre-shared key phenomena. In this case, let's suppose two ORAN components wants to talk to each other using IKv2. This is the tunnel through using strong SON, and at the bottom we use eBPF so that we can bypass all the kernel modules. So kernel bypassing is really important for scalability at UPF level. Otherwise, some delays will be introduced by, of course, by introducing these so many signatures and so many MLChem activities. So that can be minimized using eBPF. and you can increase the throughput and decrease the latency in such cases. In the ORAN also, you can use post-quantum zero trust architecture, again by upgrading these JWT tokens. So this is how it looks like. So this is virtualized QRAN, where you have mid-hole also connected to this PQC capabilities. Of course, you can replace this on the backhaul, you can replace this with the QKD. So many people introduce QKD at this level and say this is 5G, means it's secured by quantum attacks, which is also true. But that's a problem of CapEx and OpEx. With PQC, it's a library, it's a software, you upgrade, it's okay. Easily you can upgrade things. And you can introduce QRNG and the mid-hole also you can use. And this good thing is Kubernetes also support this kind of integration nowadays, which is helpful for migration activities as well. This is telco CBOM, which is we have hardware bill of material, software bill of material. Nowadays we are discussing cryptographical bill of materials. For post-quantum cryptography migration, we need such kind of bill of materials so that we can plan our migration strategies. I should know whether I'm using TLS 1.2 or 1.3 and how many libraries is like classically secure or post-quantum secure. So these kind of CBOMs is really helpful for migrations activities. And these are like security specification and frameworks from different standard bodies. NIST, we all know FIPS 203, 204, 205. In NIST also there's a IR available for this. IETF, there's a multiple RFCs available. For example, IEKV2 is a part of this RFC only. And this GSMA PQTN is a good start if you want to migrate from classical to the post-quantum 5G core, or even in the RAN case. There are there are multiple TS available for these security sessions, but we are talking about post-quantum. So in ORAN Working Group 11, so this is already started that this quantum resistant algorithm should be there. And they also introduced this CBOM for these RAN activities and also for the cores. PQC can also be integrated in network slice and the edge part, which is a good use case where we need like air gap network kind of things, because slice can be fixed for a particular use case. And this technology can also exist with the legacy security, right? And they are collaborating with different standard bodies as well, because ORAN itself is an alliance, and they are working with 3GPP so that it can be introduced in the main standard as well. ITSI recently released this efficient QSF. This is quantum safe hybrid key exchange with hidden access policies. And the idea of this standard is, and the good application for this is application in telecom. 5G, 6G networks, they can directly use this kind of standards under ITSI. In PQC in 6G is 3GPP TR, if you can see 22.870. There's a quantum safe security, PQC algorithms, and securing network slice and IoT. This is already introduced. So what we are waiting for, like this is like introductions is already there, right? So I think TEC also released one standard on this, which is a good start for at least migration strategy. It will be really helpful. And the 3GPP SA3, this is also security for 6G networks, and integration of PQC under SA3 is very, very important, and key exchange and authentication for 6G devices for ultra low latency and high security application is much needed. So I'm really thankful for listening me. I quickly finish it out because waiting for tea session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vipin Rathi. And now it's a time for memento ceremony. For that, I would like to invite Srimati Sunita Chandraji, Special Director General Telecom, Delhi LSA, to kindly present the memento to all the speakers on the dais. So, memento to Professor Anil Prabhakar from IIT Madras. Mr. Rowan Hogman from Mrs. Ericson. Shri Kamal Kumar Agrawal ji from TEC DOT. Shri Dilip Singh ji from QNU Labs. And Dr. Vipin Rathi from Delhi University. Now it's a time for a group photograph. All the speak. Okay. So you can come forward also, like for the photograph. Yeah. It'll be a good picture. Thank you so much. A heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge and experiences with us. Your contribution have truly enriched today's discussion. So we will take a short tea break outside the hall for 15 minutes. So we will continue the third session of the third International Quantum Communication Conclave after 15 minutes.
Can I have a card with you? Just a card.
So I don't have any cards, but we could do a LinkedIn, perhaps?
Maybe I'll just.
Yeah, sure. 922 030 Yeah, I am, but yeah, with you can try my Swedish number then, because I think that one is true. So plus 46 70 2933 14. No, sorry. Let's see. It's 267. What is that?
Plus 267.
No. Plus 46 70 267. 267 113. No, I have both the numbers connected to Ron D. Högman and I don't have cards. Yes. Thank you. Are you on LinkedIn?
No, I'm not a LinkedIn.
Okay.
You can write me on this if possible.
What should I write?
Your details actually, your WhatsApp number and your email. You have to email. आपने अभी जो कितने पहले थे
जी सर 3.5-4 साल
मेरे बुक ऑफिस में पेन नंबर
Oh, yeah. Yeah, are you involved in that one? Okay. So who from our side is involved there? Is it?
That's what the Airtel one, Puro Telecom is there.
Okay, yeah.
People are there.
Nice meeting you. Thank you.
माइक्रोफोन अलाउ करो पर इस आप पूछ लीजिए इनसे don't allow so listen only
listen only पे करना है
ऊपर से क्रॉस करना है.
अच्छा ऊपर से
बस क्रॉस ओके fair enough
एक बार स्क्रीन शेयर करते हैं
हाँ मैं आपको मुझे वो
अब वो देना पड़ेगा ना आपको प्रेजेंटर
प्लस में जाओ.
प्रेजेंटर दिया आपने
मुझे प्रेजेंटर राइट्स देना
प्रेजेंटर राइट दे दो उर्वशी सिन्हा मैम प्रोफेसर
Is this the mic? Or all of them are working?
this is
Everything is working, yeah. I just have to lower it a little bit.
ये प्लस में चेक करो. ये आपकी है, इसमें प्रेजेंटेशन है.
ये अपलोड करनी पड़ेगी इसमें
ये होगा ना
अलाउ करना.
विंडो
allow to share window डैश इन कर दे क्या ये शेयर दिस विंडो हो जाएगा
नहीं
स्टॉप
एंटायर स्क्रीन.
इसको स्टॉप शेयरिंग इसको ओके कर दीजिए इसको अब आप एक बार स्टॉप शेयरिंग कर लिए
स्क्रीन शेयर स्टार्ट हो गया.
ये अब क्या शेयर हो रहा है ना ये नहीं पता एक बार स्टॉप शेयरिंग इसको फिर से क्लिक कर दीजिए
प्रेजेंटेशन आपने खुली हुई है.
हाँ अभी तो खुला ना मैंने
नीचे खुली हुई है
पीछे
एप्लीकेशन.
खुली हुई है हाँ
एक बार मुझे
विंडो ही होगा ना क्योंकि स्क्रीन होने से ये वाला हो जाएगा शायद स्क्रीन क्लिक कर लेते हैं ये नहीं होगा ना
स्क्रीन आपकी कहाँ पे है? ये होगा ना ये
वो तो
वाला.
है ही हाँ
ये है प्रेजेंटेशन.
प्रेजेंटेशन है
देखिए देखिए जा रहा है क्रिएटिव है ना वो चेक कर लीजिए
आप इसको खोलिए ये नहीं है सफारी में हो रही है
क्रोम उसमें क्रोम
क्रोम में करो।
क्रोम में खोल दो।
एक मिनट, मैं इसको बंद कर देती हूँ फिर, ठीक है। लीफ पेज और फिर राकेश कंट्रोल कॉपी। आप क्रोम बोल रहे हैं ना? फिर से देना है उनको, लिसन ओनली, हाँ जो भी है क्रॉस। अभी होगा ना ये? हाँ, ये क्रोम पे ही होगा। शेयर, इसको स्लाइड शो मोड में कर देती हूँ। क्या आ रहा है एक बार देख लेंगे आप? मेरा तो ठीक है नहीं? ठीक है ना? इसको रहने दे अभी, इसको रहने दे अभी। हाँ ठीक है।
अब एक काम बता दे सर, अभी मीटिंग का पूछ रहा हूँ क्या डेट लगेगा कैसे कर सकते हैं इसको?
So we are going to start our third session. So all are requested to please come in and be seated. Everyone who is outside enjoying the tea, please come inside the hall. We are going to start the third session. Then everybody, please come inside. So we welcome you all again to the third International Quantum Communication Conclave. We request everyone to please switch their mobile phone on silent mode so that we can begin the session without any interruption. So yeah, Professor.
is Professor Urbasi Sena. Okay. And Dr. Gautam Paul. ठीक है, तब तक मैम का होगा, आ ही जाएंगे वो. Okay.
Everyone, please come inside. We are going to start the session. Everyone, please take your seats. Sir, Kamal sir, Kamal sir. To start our third session, I would like to invite Professor Urbasi Sena from Raman Research Institute to deliver a talk on advances towards free space quantum communication and device, independent random number generation, and Dr. Gautam Paul from ISI Kolkata to deliver a talk on quantum AI. Okay. So let's start with our first speaker of this session, Professor Urbasi Sena, and I now requested Professor Urbasi Sena to deliver a talk on advances towards free space quantum communication and device, independent random number generation. Professor Urbasi Sena is a professor at the Raman Research Institute, a Canada Excellence Research Chair at University of Calgary, Canada, and is the co-founder of a deep touch quantum startups, QCD Technologies. She heads the Quantum Information and Computing Lab at RRI and is an associate faculty member at IQC and Perimeter Institute, Canada. Her research focuses on quantum information processing, secure quantum communication, and precision test of quantum mechanics using single and entangled photons. She is also associated with India's National Quantum Mission, NQM. Please welcome Professor Urbasi Sena to deliver the talk.
So am I still connected? Am I still connected to your system? Yeah? You're going to change the... Which is the forwarder?
Excuse me?
So forward and reverse button. I will do it this way, and this is the... It's not working. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so thank you very much for the kind introduction and also the invitation to speak here. I noticed that as the days go by, the number of empty chairs becomes enviably large. So I'm pleased that some of you are still occupying them, so thank you for being there. Before I move on to my talk, I would like to begin this session by paying a small homage. I got to know very recently, while the last session was on, that Dr. K. Kasturirangan is no more with us. And I'm sure you're all much aware of who Dr. Kasturirangan, now we have to say was. You know, he of course was ex-chairman ISRO, many things, but also a member of RRI's governing council and the chair of RRI Trust. And it is, of course, very sad that he's no longer with us. So I would like to pay my tributes to him in the beginning. And so with that, I move on to the technical part of my talk, and it would be nice if my talk actually were visible to more people than me. So is the talk, yeah. So very nice. So thanks once again for the invite. So as was mentioned, I'm going to talk about our advances towards device-independent random number generation and free space quantum communications. And this, by our, I mean our lab at Raman Research Institute, Bangalore. We are one of the first labs in India to work with photons. And of course, you know, Anil was here in the last session. He has still not appeared for my talk. He does that a lot. But then having said that, he forgot to mention that, you know, while he talked about some other people making photons, indeed we at RRI were the first people to do this, and we continue doing it and applying it to many different quantum technologies. Today's focus is quantum communications. But these are the various areas that our lab has been working on, and the ones in red would be the focus of today's talk, which would be device-independent random number generation and quantum key distribution. Again, another miss from Anil. He thought I'll talk about quantum memories, but I can do that once we develop some. Ours is a project under NQM, which is a very bottom-up one, and we are very, very excited at everything that this will bring about. And so hopefully many such talks in your conclaves going forward. So before I go on to, you know, the RNG and the free space communication, I wanted to remind this audience of this Nobel Prize in Physics 2022, which was awarded to these three gentlemen and their groups for pioneering experiments using photons in quantum information, and basically for what are called the loophole-free violation of the Bell inequalities. So here we don't have the time or the space to actually give, you know, a detail. I mean, of course, Dr. Agarwal taught us a lot of quantum mechanics during his talk, so I think, you know, maybe he already covered some of this. So I will give you an overview, but this was a very important prize, and more important, so these were the Bell tests, okay? And so why is a loophole-free test an important achievement? Now, loophole is a legal parlance, so it means that, you know, if we are in a court of law, and if I'm making an argument and you find a loophole in it, then, you know, I have to find a counter argument, and one of us wins when there is no loophole left in our argument. So that is a loophole free. So loophole free is very important in any experiment. But in these Bell experiment, it is important because, first of all, foundationally it is important because it tells you that the underlying theory is fine, which is quantum mechanics in this case. But it also tells you that the particles, the entangled particles, are working as intended, and they haven't been tampered with. And this is crucial because it gives you this source of perfectly secure quantum key distribution and unhackable sources of random numbers. And so this loophole free forms a very important part of what I'm going to tell you for a major part of my talk. Okay. So random numbers. Now, of course, one advantage of being towards the end of you know, today's discussions is many people have spoken about many things, some randomly, some coherently, but random numbers have come across. And so I think we all know why they are important. The important one that I want to highlight is again in red, that, you know, cryptographic keys to ensure security of encrypted communications and digital signatures you know, relies very crucially on random numbers. And so random numbers are an integral part of many things we do. So there are different kinds. One is a pseudo-random number generator. I think you can generate it using your phone. So it is as commonplace as that, using mathematical algorithms. They are great for various purposes, but the problem is they are deterministic, they are periodic, and so not quite random. They're efficient, but not in being the greatest source of random numbers. And so, you know, they are predictable enough not to be used in secure purposes such as cryptography. And so then comes true random number generator, and this is a terminology which, of course, I did not come up with. I don't know why they are called true. It makes you think that there is nothing beyond true. It's almost like the previous speaker who said that post-quantum has nothing quantum about it. So it's similar genre. But then true random number generators are essentially based on randomness from an entropy source. They could be noise, radioactive decay, likewise quantum random number generators. So a lot has been said about it. We released you know, we had a release on that this morning as well by our dignitaries. So quantum random number generators are also a kind of true random number generator. They are physical random number generators, right? So for instance, photon on a beam splitter If it's 50-50, it could go, it has a 50% probability of transmission, 50% of reflection, so it gives you a source of randomness. So this is an example of a QRNG. What is the problem with these TRNGs or even QRNGs, which are alike TRNGs, is that they do not have any inherent certification. So I have, some source, I have a TRNG, I have, an input, and output is a string of zeros and ones, which is random. Now, how do I know? I mean, if Kamalji, who is our domain expert in quantum for today, comes with a memory stick and copies my source of, I generate random numbers the hard way by using a QRNG. He comes and copies it. And he also starts generating them through his USB stick. Then how do we know who is the actual true source of randomness? Because there is no certification involved anymore. So there is no inherent certification in any of these TRNGs. And that is a big problem. And so this is something which often goes unnoticed. That, we talk about QRNG, it's much talked about, but there is no inherent certification in these techniques. And that is why we need to go towards what are called DIRNGs, or device-independent randomness. We talked a little bit about MDI, QKD in some of these talks. Likewise, in randomness also, we need to go towards device independence. Why? Two problems. One, devices, but ones based on devices don't have an inherent certification, and two, devices age with time. And so once something ages, its quality drops. So that is why we need to go towards, device independent, and the standard way of doing this is using what are called violation of Bell inequalities. That is why I started with violation of Bell and the Nobel Prize. There is a connect there. So Bell inequalities we will skip. So locality and realism together gives you what are called Bell inequalities. But this is another one which is not as well known, the derivation, where if you use two principles called predictability and no signaling, you can also derive Bell inequality. So now, no signaling is a fundamental law of nature. Right? You cannot have faster than light communication. It is a fundamental law. So if you violate Bell inequality, naturally you are violating both of these, but you can't violate no signaling, so you're violating predictability, which means you have a source of randomness. Here you have a source of randomness which does not depend on the quality of the device. Your device could be compromised, your measurement could be compromised, but your randomness is sacrosanct, and that is DIRNG. Okay, and so these are all various seminal experiments which have happened, which show you how to do randomness generation using violation of Bell. But what is important here, and I don't have maybe my mouse, so you can see that if you want to use a loophole-free architecture for this, you can see this distance here between the two parties, it is around 200 meters. That is because only when you are beyond 200 meters, then you don't signal. Otherwise, if you're within that, you can actually signal to each other, and that makes it weak. So a 200-meter distance is required for loophole-free Bell, and that is required for this DIRNG. And so you see what the problem is, because think about it now, we talk so much about products, there are all these companies which have given beautiful talks in today's conclave and beyond. So they all talk about products, right? So now how can we have a 200-meter long product? That's a very, very tall order. And that is where this interesting idea comes in, which is temporal form of the Bell inequality. So Bell inequality is about particles separated in space, but a single particle can move ahead in time, and we can form correlations in time, and that can replace the Bell. And so this is called the Leggett-Garg inequality. And this also uses realism and non-invasive measurability, but I'll skip that. This is important here. That just like there we had predictability and no signaling, here you have predictability and no signaling in time. So if you violate LGI, you will violate both these. But then if you have an experiment where you satisfy NSIT, then you violate predictability, and that becomes the source of random numbers. So this is the time equivalent of the Bell experiments, which gives you a similar technique, but much stronger and more powerful, because you don't need this distance anymore, among many other things. Okay. And so this is Leggett and Garg, and they came up with this, and I'm very, very, privileged that our lab is the first lab in the world to have done a loophole-free violation of the Leggett-Garg inequalities. In early 2022, it was published. This is in the same genre as the loophole-free experiments, which got this very high honor in 2022 as well, but that was for the Bell. Okay, and so now this was the experiment. We have closed all these loopholes. I'll skip the details. And this is important. You can see how beautifully our experiment and theory match with each other. So this is the experiment, and that's the theory, and they are perfect. Okay? And so now what we have done is use this architecture and for the first time generated random numbers using loophole-free Legge-Garg inequality. And this is something which is a very, very indigenous development, and Anil has joined us. He always comes in late for my talks. So thank you, Anil. So this is always, so this is very important because this is a development which has happened continuously in a bottom-up approach in our lab. So we have done the loophole-free experiment. Now we have generated random numbers from it. And of course, at the moment we are at 1 million bits, but then this is just a first proof of concept. There are many things which we can improve. The bits will go up, the rate will go up, but the technology is with us, okay? And so this is the paper. I mean, so we are academics, so we will show you publication references as we go along. And now coming back to the same slide, you can see, now these were all these distances I was talking about, but in our experiment, distance is irrelevant. Because it's a single particle moving in time, there's no distance. So I can think of a miniaturized device now which can do this, and no company in the world is doing this. And so this is something which I do believe is something worth talking about in such an august forum. And so we have this generation, doesn't require the spatial separation. We'll do many more things and make it much, much better, but we already have the proof of concept published. And this is a very recent one, which is by using this same loophole-free architecture, we have now been able to run this on a commercially available quantum computer. So we have generated random numbers by using violation of LGI using a commercial quantum computer. So use case for quantum communication on quantum computers. And so this is something also which we are very happy about. Going forward, this is us with Tony Leggett when we celebrated his birthday in 2019. His 80th birthday. New Scientist called us the most watertight experiment of all time, which of course gives us that extra, flavor of happiness. Going on, I want to talk about the other use case, which I promised Kamalji I will, and this will be the shorter part of my talk, that, we have this random numbers, but then what are random numbers useful for? Of course, in quantum communications. And again, thanks to him, we don't need any introduction to quantum for the next few months, right? I think you did a fantastic job. So that is where we are. So I don't need to introduce anything. You know why we need to have the distance. Everybody talked about fibers. Very few people talked about free space. But free space is the other way in which you can increase the distance in quantum communications. But you can't do this indiscriminately, because suppose he and I are communicating with each other. At some point, he will be at a distance where I won't see him because the Earth is not flat. And so that is where you need to bring in a satellite as a trusted node so that you can bridge the gap between much longer distances. And so this is, the big picture. Every lab which is working in quantum communications, and we are, of course, the first ones to do this in free space, has a picture of this kind. Okay? And this is our dream, that we will have free space and fiber connecting up the whole world using this technology. And so we, of course, at RRI have been working with ISRO for several years. And so this was our project on quantum experiments with satellite technology, which has just ended a few months ago, where we did all the ground-based milestones for satellite QKD. Okay? And so what are these ground-based milestones? And before that, why is our project exceptional? Our project started in end of 2017, beginning of 2018. And I started this talk with a homage, because also because there was a lot of blessings we have from the departed soul for this project to have started at that time, a vision that he had, which very few people did, because no one else was doing this. It was like science fiction. And so we are very, very, privileged that we could start this. And so we laid the foundations for many things which now have, led to us believing in this topic even. Okay, and so these are, of course, the reasons why satellite QKD is important. Our neighboring country did a few things and got our ball rolling in 2017. But having said that, what they did is downlink-based QKD. So you have an entangled photon source in the satellite. You have 2 photons which are going to 2 ground stations, and you link them up, do things. But then you can only do this up to a certain distance because of solid angle. If you go up to a certain height, you can only reach up to a certain point. You go higher, you reach further distances. So there is that problem. And the second problem is that the entangled photon source has flown away. So my main quantum resource is not with me anymore. If tomorrow something happens to it, I can't pull it down like a kite and replace it, which is what we wanted to resolve. So we are attempting uplink-based QKD, where the photon source remains with me on Earth. A lot of flexibility. If tomorrow, somebody comes up with a brighter source, I can replace it. Okay? Quantum memory we are developing, as was already mentioned earlier. And so when, I won't say if, of course, we will succeed. So when we are successful, we can integrate that in the ground-based network. So a lot of tremendous scope for novel first-in-the-world science. And so these are the various things you need to do for satellite-based QKD. Have sources, have protocols in the lab, post-processing, establish this across a free space channel, because satellite is up there. You can't do things within the lab and feel happy. You have to go out, literally, in the atmosphere, develop pointing acquisition tracking systems so that you can track the satellite as it is moving, because it's not going to remain stationary for you. Then do QKD with that moving platform. Then figure out where you will put your ground stations, what kind of telescopes you would have, establish those ground stations, lab model, qualifying model, space model for the payload, identify the satellite, manufacture it, put it in, demonstrate, retire. I mean, that is how it seems almost. Like, when you go through this whole process, it seems like a retirement plan. But then thankfully, it is not really. I mean, I think I'm far from that stage, I hope. And so where are we in our journey? We have done all the ground-based milestones. Okay? So we've finished up to the analysis for telescope and where to put ground stations and everything. At the moment, we are identifying ground stations, and we also have the 0th version of the lab model. The red guys are the ones which we need to do, but we don't have the resources to do it. Because how bureaucracy and our system works, that our project is over, but now we don't know what to do with all that we have done, because under NQM, you can do only one project. So I would appeal to DOT, for instance, who is the only agency who has never funded me. I have always, so I have funding from MIT, DST, ISRO, foreign agencies speak about it, but DOT, never. This time they paid for my airfare, so I'm very happy. I'm thankful. But I would really request that you think about this, because I think we can have more than one project on satellite QKD, especially with this sort of a novelty, which we are not quite attempting under the NQM umbrella. And so if we have the resources, we should do this in the next 2 to 3 years. So I will take another 4 minutes, because although Kamalji set the stage by not keeping time, but then I will, however, still request for my 4 minutes, okay? And so this is what we should be able to do if we get funding. Otherwise, we will just fly aircrafts and come to Delhi and go back. But if we have to fly a satellite, I can't do this with my bank account. And so what have we done so far? We have done the first free space QKD experiment in India and published it in a peer-reviewed journal with a rate which was better than the one from NASA, which we didn't really plan, but it happened, and so we are pleased, Then we did the first demonstration between buildings, okay, at RRI, and this is how it looks. So many of you have come to RRI, so you've seen this, but those who haven't, open invitation. Then we did the first demonstration and declared it as the first international conclave in 2023. So we actually pushed ourselves to finish this demonstration so that we could declare it here, and no funding from DOT still. So amazing. So we have done this from a stationary source and a moving platform, and now we have improved it tremendously. This was first version. Now we have the 4th one with all the improvements. We have done software development for QKD, which again is a first in the world, with all device and process imperfections, and that is our logo. And we used to be a developer with a logo and no company, but that has changed now. So I will tell you a little bit about that. Many other things we have done to improve things in QKD, in free space QKD. This was much discussed, how we came up with exactly where to put up the ground stations, telescopes. Everything is done. Now all we need to do is get the qualifying and lab, the space model and fly it. So I would request for help in that. So these are some of the salient features and some of the recognition. DST called us one of their 20 major success stories. DOT has never called us anything so far. So it would be nice if they also join that league of extraordinary agencies who actually recognize us. And this is one of our patents. This is what Anil promised I'll talk about. I don't know how he promised that on my behalf. We have started doing memories. Everybody before us said, including Kamalji, who
said everything, that quantum memories are not there. So how can we have quantum repeaters? Which means it's a very, very fertile ground for us. So we are very excited that we have all these people who are working together towards novel quantum memories, including us at RRI, and we will do multi-node synchronous quantum repeater network as a part of NQM. This is QSIN Technologies. So now we have not only a logo, we also have a startup. And so we have a startup which is self-funded. Nobody is funding us. DOT? Yes, because it seems, we are not very good in marketing, apparently. But then I think one thing we are good in is the technology. So believe us that we are doing what we are doing, because we don't oversell, we don't hype, we don't say कि 20 years बाद में जो होगा अभी कर लिया है. Many things people are doing that and getting away. We have done everything that we have promised. We have published, we have patented. Now we want to make products, which is the next step. And so these are the group of people who are excited about it now. It will increase. We also have business people. We have scientists. And all of them are PhDs in quantum. So that is where we are. And so these are the current members of my lab. And so, of course, if there are students here, I would like to poach you. And please join us. Because I think we are the most, we are very honest in what we have done in free space quantum communications and RNG. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I would like to request Dr. Gautam Paul to kindly come forward and share his insights with us. Dr. Gautam Paul was a faculty of Jadavpur University for 7 years and has been a faculty of ISI Kolkata for the last 12 years. His professional research area is classical cryptography as well as quantum computation and communication. Since 2024, Dr. Paul is also serving as the regional coordinator of the Mathematical Olympiad for West Bengal region under National Board of Higher Mathematics, India. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. So, can someone put up the slides, please? I had mailed it during lunchtime. After. But I had informed them.
Gautam, you want to use my laptop because I just successfully used
Can you not download it now? Okay, fine. So I will get my
Acha
laptop.
to?
Yeah, I have that. So where should I connect? I need the power cord. You can connect. One second. I just don't need it. Short. Still connected. I'll get my charger. नहीं पेन ड्राइव नहीं अभी हो जाएगा. लिंक बताना है HSD.
গৌতম তোমারটা কানেক্ট হচ্ছে না কারণ আমি তো এভাবে দিলাম তুমি যদি আমার মেল করে দাও না আমার কাছে ওয়াইফাই পাসওয়ার্ডটা
नहीं चलिए फिर So, you have shared screen? Already shared कर दिया. Okay. Yeah, sorry for the delay. So, actually, during the lunchtime, I had emailed the PPT and I had informed, I think, you at the back, right? So, the two email IDs that you gave me, but somehow some miscommunication happened internally. So, sorry about that. I could not help it because I sent it long back. So, anyway, I work in quantum cryptography and quantum communication from theoretical point of view. I was hoping to talk something on that, but Kamalji had made me a special request that no one is talking on quantum AI, so you please talk on quantum AI. So, that was, and I mean, selecting the title was easy because I didn't have to think about what to choose, but then preparation was difficult because I don't work in quantum AI. So, but it was a nice opportunity to study a lot and make a survey and present a summary over here. Okay, so I will try my best. So, intro, then some tools that are used in quantum AI, then QAI, some aspects, application, challenges, and future directions. So, I will skip this story, classical versus quantum, which has been talked a lot in the interest of time, right? So, AI is nothing but, as the stalwarts had defined in the early days, the study of making computers how to do things what human do, like human do. And relationship between the major paradigms of AI is as follows. So, you know that AI deals with a lot of things. Then machine learning is a subset of AI which deals with learning patterns from the data and summarizing those patterns in the form of a model so that you can predict future data. Then under ML, a special learning algorithm is neural network, and complicated convoluted versions of neural networks with many, many layers and many iterations of training. That's what is deep learning, which is kind of the buzzword of today. Okay. So, challenges in classical AI, there are mainly three challenges. One is the growth of data, because the volumes of data is increasing every day, whether you talk about social media data or financial data, bank data, or medical data. So, everything is increasing. That's one aspect. Second is high dimensionality, means the feature of the data. So, when you represent the data for training by a learning algorithm, you have to represent it as a vector by extracting features. So simple example could be that if you have patient's data, for example, so one feature could be the blood pressure, another feature could be the temperature, another feature could be some bilirubin value, and etc., etc. If you want to talk about bank customers, whether to give them loan or not, then your features could be the age of the customer, then the service sector where that person is working, the average salary that the person draws, whether he or she has taken loan in the past, whether that has been returned, etc., etc., etc. Right. So, and if you want to classify a medical image, whether a person has tumor or not, then you can talk about the area, the surface, the texture, and some image after image segmentation, you have some dark spots and small spots and blah, blah, blah. So you can represent data from different field as images, as vectors, and that increases the dimensionality, right? The finer you represent, the more is the dimensionality. And third is the learning cost, the time and space needed for learning. So quantum AI combines quantum computing, next slide, with artificial intelligence to solve complex problems exponentially faster than classical methods. Quantum AI, the more, what I would say, the people who have worked on these aspects of quantum AI, classical AI has a lot of things under its umbrella. Quantum AI is trying to catch up with that. So these are some prominent works that I have found, which I have listed here, namely quantum clustering, quantum principal component analysis, quantum support vector machine, and quantum neural network. Okay, so this is perhaps the most important slide according to me. So quantum tools for quantum artificial intelligence. So where lies the entry of quantum into AI? Okay, this slide talks about that. So you see that there are some quantum tools listed in the second column. For example, QDist is a quantum tool to compute the distance between two vectors. Basically, it uses swap gate and it represents the inputs, some combination of the inputs into the swap gate, and finally you measure one of the 4 lines, and the value that you get, that indicates what is the distance between the two vectors. And we know that for clustering, we need to compute distance between points. We need to find which distance is minimum or not. So that part of the classical algorithm can be computed in quantum computer much faster using the QDist tool. Another tool in the quantum is quantum phase estimation, and the job of quantum phase estimation is to estimate eigenvalues of an unitary operator. So when you do principal component analysis, basically we have the data, we have the matrix representation of the data, and we try to find out the high eigenvalues, right? So the highest eigenvalue, the next highest eigenvalue, etc., gives you the major principal component and the next major principal component, etc. So quantum principal component analysis deals with finding the eigenvalue, eigenvectors efficiently of that part of the AI algorithm. Similarly, we have HHL algorithm in the quantum domain, which solves a system of linear equation. So we know that in support vector machine, essentially the problem is to model a system of linear equations and try to find solutions of those system of linear equation, and those solutions will give you the support vectors, namely the vectors whose tips actually separate the two classes, right? So that you can classify that if it falls on this side, it is plus, if it falls on this side, it is minus. So one important subroutine inside support vector machine is finding solutions to linear equations, and that can be offloaded to quantum computer. Variational quantum algorithm is a big paradigm, so and that actually solves optimization problems in general. So VQA can be used in any optimization scenario, particularly quantum neural network, because neural networks perform a gradient descent on the error surface. So it's an optimization of errors iteratively before it builds the model. So that part can be done by variational quantum algorithm. So this kind of, in brief, summarizes where actually quantum kicks in into the classical AI in order to boost a critical part of the classical AI, so that overall we have some advantage. And this also tells us that essentially quantum AI is not fully quantum. It has to be a hybrid approach, because you have some classical part before, some classical part in the middle, and some classical part afterwards, but a small part boosted or made fast by quantum methods. Okay. So again, I will skip the technical details. Quantum AI also requires your classical data to be represented as quantum variables, right? Otherwise, at least for those parts where you want to run the quantum algorithms, you cannot run it, because you have the data as a classical input. So there are various forms of encodings that are suitable for quantum AI. For example, basis encoding, amplitude encoding, angle encoding, QRAM encoding, depending on how you encode it, right? So I'm not going into the details. Then variational quantum algorithm. So in brief, it actually starts with initializing a problem, then preparing answers, trying to guess a solution. Then it estimates the cost function. That means, with the target solution and the current solution at hand, what is the distance or the cost. Then it tries to optimize the parameters so as to minimize the cost function. And then it adjusts the answers parameters and rerun the experiments over multiple iterations so that you get as close to the target as possible. So that's in brief what is VQA, which is the major tool behind quantum AI. Because most of the AI task is nowadays about optimization, some sort of minimization or maximization. So application of quantum AI, as in classical AI, we have machine learning, data science, optimization problem in any domain, and some mathematical applications. So I'll present some results which demonstrate classical versus quantum AI, what is the performance, relative performance in some aspects of quantum AI. So we all know about clustering, so I won't go into detail. It tries to actually create groups in the data. It's an unsupervised learning method, so the input data does not have any class level, right? Like supervised learning, you have your training data. So you have, for example, patient data, you have examples of patients who have disease and who don't have disease. For bank data, you have examples of customers who were defaulters of loan and who were not defaulters, right? And based on your past data, you're trying to predict future, whether a new test data will have a particular class or not. You are trying to predict it. So that's supervised learning. But unsupervised learning means you do not have any class labels. So with that, you are trying to find patterns in the data. So this clustering can be useful practically in many contexts. So for example, if you have, let's say, Facebook as a giant graph, or any social contact network as a giant graph, so you can find clusters in that graph and show that some activity is going on there, right? So namely, people who are densely connected, that can denote that. Or if a disease is spreading, let's say a contagious disease is spreading like COVID, so clusters in the graph can denote that where those diseases are spreading more, where they are concentrated, right? So that's about clustering. Now, in classical algorithmic, clustering is very simple. The input is the number of clusters, okay? That's the only one. And you do not know the class levels, that means which data belongs to which cluster. So you start with random assignment. You randomly assign the data point into one cluster. Then you find out new centroid, and then you reassign the points which are closest to the centroid, right? So then the cluster changes. So basically, every data point has a cluster assignment, and after the next iteration, you have the reassignment. And then the algorithm converges, right? So you see that step 3 of the algorithm requires to find distance between the data points and the centroid. So that part can be offloaded to the QDist tool that I talked about in the table, and therefore that part added with the rest of the clustering gives you quantum clustering. And brief comparison of the complexity. So if you have n many data points with m features, then classical computers requires order kmn steps, and quantum computers require km log n steps. So that's quite an improvement. So one example data, German electricity grid data. you see the classical clustering and quantum clustering, and the claim, the work was in IEEE Transaction 2022, that quantum data has accuracy 63.9% more than the classical data. So it's not the difference. So it's not, so I was initially thinking that quantum efficiency is 63.9 more than the classical. It's not that. So whatever is the classical accuracy, then you multiply with 63.9, so that you get divided by 100. So that is the gap between them. So QPCA, I think I will skip this. I will go to the support vector machine part. So as you can see, this diagram, so support vector machine is a tool in classical AI that tries to find the separation between the two classes. So the blue and the green shows two classes of data. So that can be, again, as I said, whether having disease or not, or whether it will rain tomorrow or not, or whether some digit looks like 5 or 6, or whether some customer will be defaulters in the loan or not. So these classes can be in general depending on the domain. Now the goal of support vector machine is to find a separating hyperplane, because all these data are multidimensional, so you can view them embedded in multidimensional space. So the goal of classical support vector machine is to find a hyperplane that will separate the two regions, two classes. And therefore the model, after learning, the model is the hyperplane. Then you can forget about the data. Now once you have a new test data whose class level is not known, you can put that data and look which side of the hyperplane that data falls. And accordingly you can classify any new data. So that's all about classical support vector machine in 2 minutes. Now to do that, you need to solve the optimization problem, because this hyperplane has a linear equation, and you try to place the hyperplane optimally, means midway between the two extreme data vectors, right? So basically you are trying to change the parameters of the hyperplane equation and trying to find the optimal parameters. So that can be done using quantum part, which I have talked about in the table. And these vectors, actually the data vectors which lie in the boundary, are called the support vectors. That's why this algorithm is called support vector machine. So solving the linear equation can be offloaded to the HHL algorithm in the quantum part. So this is an example of comparison. I think that was reported in this quantum machine intelligence. Oh, thank you. Published in 2024. So you can see that credit card applications, for example, we can look into that, where number of support vectors are 12 and 11. Training accuracy means performance on the training data. Classical is 80, quantum is 85, and accuracy of test data are equal. Okay. So one interesting point that I should mention here, that is applicable both in the classical and in the quantum domain, is that you can wonder that this support vector technique will work only if the data is linearly separable, right? So you see the two classes are linearly separable. So what happens if the classes or the data are not linearly separable? Means you can have one class as a ring, and you can have another one class data can be distributed as a ring, and another class data can be a ring of lower radius, right? Two circular data. Then you cannot have any hyperplane that will separate them, because then you need a circle between these two rings which will separate the data. So if the data set is non-linearly separable, then the basic support vector technique does not work. But AI people have found solution to that also. Basically they have shown that even if the original data is not linearly separable, maybe they are mixed also, the two classes are mixed also, you can project that data into higher dimensional space. So if your original data is 2000 dimension, you can project them into maybe 2500 dimensional space, and then they become linearly separable, because you are basically blowing up the data as if on the surface of a balloon. So that technique is called the kernel trick, the kernel technique. Basically you map the data into higher dimensional space. And as you can do it in classical, you can do the same thing in the quantum domain. Okay, so the last thing is the neural network. As you can see, Again, pictorially, I'll try to explain. So on the neural network has three components. The yellow shows the input layer, the green part shows the hidden layers, and the red part is the output layer. So that will produce some number as output. With that number can represent the class level, or maybe rounded up or rounded down, it will be closer to the class level. Now the input layers will take the input. So for example, if you have, let's say you want to classify an image, right? So image means pixels. So in the raw form, you can think of that if you have 600 pixels in the image, you can have 600 yellow nodes, each taking the pixel intensity as an input, right? So that's a very crude form. Of course, you can summarize the image and represent the image. Yes, I'm in the last part. So you can summarize the image with some feature vectors. Means you can create sub-images like 3 × 3 pixels, 6 × 6 pixels, and then summarize that. Then instead of 600 pixels, you can have maybe 10 real values as summary of that particular image. Then you can reduce your input layer complexity. So there are all sorts of variations like that. Okay, so and what is the model here? Like in the support vector, the model was the separating hyperplane. Here the model is, this is a network as you can see, and there is computation happening along the edges. Finally, that red guy, the output of the red guy is a function of the input layer and also these interconnecting edge weights. So you can think of it as a weighted graph, and the graph weights are unknown. Depending on your training data, we learn the weights, and then you can throw away the training data because these weights have converged, and this weighted network is your model. And then if you have a new test data, you put that test data at the input, it will compute the output, and accordingly you can classify. So that's what neural net is all about. In the quantum domain, basically this middle part where this weight optimization is happening is summarized by the variational model, the variational quantum algorithm, which I talked about, which can actually solve any sort of optimization problem. So neural network in the classical domain tries to find out the weights in such a way that the error is minimized. The error over the training data is minimized. So it's a stochastic gradient descent algorithm, which is mimicked by the variational quantum part. Okay, so again, to cut the long story short, I will go into the comparison directly. So this is one sample work published in Nature Computational Science 2021, where classical network, it talks about the loss, 37.90%, an easy quantum model that was partly converted to quantum, that's 43.0.5% loss, and quantum neural network further minimizes the loss, that is 23.14%. Okay. So let me talk about the challenges and future directions. So one thing that I noticed in all the works that compare classical AI and quantum AI, they are actually working on very small amount of data. So for example, suppose the original data set has few thousand data points, and any classical learning algorithm will work on all those 1,000 data points and create the model. Whereas in the quantum domain, they are working only, let's say, 20 data points out of those many thousands. Okay. And also the size of the feature is also very less. Why? Then I found out that they are using, let's say, 6 qubits or only 10 qubits for the purpose of encoding and for the purpose of offloading that particular subroutine into the quantum. So natural question is that if we use more and more qubits, then of course you can probably train on the whole data as we do in the classical domain. So why we are not doing it? We already have 126, 127-bit IBM computers, and even others are coming up with more qubits. The issue is that all these AI algorithms ultimately are iterative. So every iteration has some error, and the algorithm is trying to minimize the error in the long run. Now, when we do quantum computation, it has some inherent error in it. Though we can do error mitigation, error correction, etc., but still, state-of-the-art, full-fledged quantum error correction is still not there into practice for many qubits. For small qubits, we can do it. So, if you increase the number of qubits here, the problem becomes that these errors in the micro steps For example, in some learning algorithm may require few millions of iteration before it converges. So small errors in each micro step can be multiplied, can blow up in a huge manner so that the error becomes out of control, and then you do not learn anything from the data. So that is the main challenge, how to handle the error. So having said that, it is obvious that if we have error-free quantum computation as a large scale, then definitely we'll have revolution in the AI domain, and quantum AI will be genuinely revolutionary. Okay, so with that I will stop and take any questions.
So thank you so much, Dr. Paul. And now I would like to request Srimati Tripti Saxena ji, Senior Deputy Director General and Head Telecommunication Engineering Center, to kindly present the memento to our speakers. So firstly, present the memento to Professor Urbasi Sinha. Kindly present the memento to Dr. Gautam Paul. So can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you so much. So we will start the panel discussion in say about 5 minutes, so kindly be seated. Thank you so much. Shri Praful Kumar, Shri Chandra Prakash Sharma, Shri S. Venkataraman, Shri Sanjeev Dhalam, Sanjeev Dhalam, and Dr. Shravani Shahapure.